The most able to direct production teams with great personal influence over others. They organize collective resistance to the bosses and dictate rhythms of work. The sublime of sublimes never submits to workshop discipline, works at home, but is the prophet of resistance within the workforce. Lose at least one day every 2 weeks through drinking and are often drunk on Saturdays and Mondays, but spend Sunday with their families. Truly alcoholics. Unable to function in or out of the workplace without eau-de-vie. Get drunk only on feast days and with friends and family. They love to drink and discuss politics, and can get drunk more on the politics than the drink. They are either celibate, living in rooming houses, or in concubinage. They marry to make sure they have children to look after them in old age. They guard their freedom jealously and live alone or in free union. They marry only to have children to care for them in old age. Play Don Juan until their late 30s, and seduce with ease the wives and daughters of workers on their team. Marry late and to ensure children to care for them in old age, but often live in free union. Wives usually also work in permanent economic difficulty and live from always in economic difficulty and lack the resources to not in so great difficulty but make it a point of principle not to pay off. Owners were in a similar position. There were few large-scale factories in 1848, so the material conditions for the direct confrontation between capital and labor in production were not powerfully present. The distinction between workers and masters in the small-scale workshops that dominated Parisian industry was often ill-defined, and they worked closely enough together for bonds of sympathy and cooperation often to be as strong as daily antagonisms. 7. Both resented the new mass production techniques and the confection system of subcontracting, and felt as oppressed by the power of high finance and commerce as they were angry at and envious of the idle rich who, in return, as Pilote complained, looked upon those who worked with their hands for a living with equal measures of disgust and disdain. An often radical petite bourgeoisie of small masters, threatened by new production processes and indebtedness, was much more important for Parisian political life than any class of capitalist industrialists. The bourgeoisie also registered some confusions. La Bohème was more than a day-to-day. Frequently in debt, they make a virtue out of not paying off debts. The wives are usually workers also. Support a family, even though the companion usually works. 2. Debts to retailers or landlords. If the wife has bourgeois attitudes, there is a lot of conflict. If she does not work, she has to resort to welfare to survive. Wives who work tend to share the men's attitudes toward bosses and work, and express their solidarity openly. If the wife is not also a sublime, there is permanent conflict with a lot of violent and drunken beatings and brawling. If the wife is a sublime, there is common understanding in the midst of many rows. The wife will take to the streets and is proud to so support the children at the expense of the exploiters. The woman companion asserts more and more control as the man grows older and loses vigor. They reflect on socialism every payday and consider themselves exploited by bosses and landlords, who are considered thieves. They sometimes go to public meetings, nearly always with the Son of God. They rarely talk politics, never read or go to public meetings, but listen very attentively to the commentaries of the sons of God. Read the press daily and offer profound commentary on politics, to which others listen with respect. They dream of solutions to the social problem, are against Proudhon, and animate the workers' movement. Prepared for martyrdom. The sublime of sublimes is more reflective, a man of principle who acts as prophet and guru to the workers' movement. Prepared to do battle against the Republic, they are the most respected orators at meetings. Dissipated group of youthful students, posturing and impoverished. It really comprised an assortment of dissident bourgeois, often individualistic in the extreme, seeking identities as writers, journalists, painters, artists of all kinds who often made a virtue of their failure and mocked the rigidities of bourgeois life and culture. Courbet's café companions often bore more resemblance to Pilote's sublime workers than they did to any other layer of the bourgeoisie. And a large number of students added to the confusions of class. Skeptical, ambitious, contemptuous of tradition and even of bourgeois culture, they helped make Paris a vast laboratory of ideas and the foyer of utopian schemes and ideologies. 8. Relatively impoverished, they were forced into some kind of contact with the street people and some workers, and knew only too well the rapacity of the shopkeeper and the loan shark. They formed the core of many a revolutionary conspiracy, were active in the international, and were likely to launch their own spontaneous movements of protest into the streets of the left bank. And they often merged with the disgruntled layers of la bohème. A strong dissident movement within the bourgeoisie, which sometimes encompassed relatively well-off lawyers and professionals as well as successful writers and artists, had its roots in these layers of the population. This class structure underwent a certain transformation during the Second Empire. While data are lacking to make exact comparisons, most observers agree that if there was any change at all in the lopsided distribution of wealth, it was toward greater rather than less inequality. Important shifts occurred within the class fragments, however. Business activities became relatively more important within the haute bourgeoisie, drawing to their side not only those state functionaries bitten with the Saint-Simonian vision but also a segment of the propertied class that found diversification into the stock market and Parisian property more remunerative than relatively stagnant rural rents. But if traditional landed property became rather less prominent, divisions between finance, commerce, and industry became more so, while rivalries among fractions assumed greater importance. The haute bourgeoisie was no less divided in 1870 than it was in 1848, but the divisions were along different lines. There were similar important mutations within the working class. Transformations in the labor process and in industrial structure had their effects. The consolidation of large-scale industry in sectors such as printing, engineering, and even commerce set the stage for more direct confrontation between labor and capital in the workplace, signaled by the printers' strike of 1862 and the commerce workers' strike of 1869. The reorganization and descaling of craft work also exacerbated the sense of external domination either by the small masters or by the innumerable intermediaries who controlled the highly fragmented production system. Strikes by tailors and bronze workers in 1867, by tanners and woodworkers in 1869, and by the iron founders at Kehl in 1870 registered the growing confrontation between capital and labor, even in trades where outwork and small-scale production were the rule. The prospects for craft workers to become small masters seemed to have diminished as the latter were either proletarianized or forced to separate themselves out as a distinct layer of bosses, with all that this entailed. But if Paris had a rather more conventional sort of proletariat in 1870 than it did in Community and Class 227. 1848, the working classes were still highly differentiated. The crucible in which workers were forged was subtle, says Thiévaux. The city created a unity out of working class life, but its traditions were as multiple as they were nuanced. 9. And nothing was done to assuage the condition of that dead weight of an industrial reserve army and of the underemployed. Living close to the margin of existence, their numbers augmented by migration, they merged into a massive informal sector whose prospects looked increasingly dismal as Haussmann shifted the state apparatus toward a more neo-Malthusian stance with respect to welfare provision. But with nearly 1 million people living at or below the poverty level, there were limits to how far even he could afford to go. A surge of unemployment in 1867 thus provoked the emperor into opening an extensive network of soup kitchens to feed the hungry. The internal composition of the middle classes also shifted. While the liberal professions, managers, and civil servants participated in the fruits of economic progress, the rentiers and pensioners had a harder time of it as rising living costs and rents in Paris eroded some of their wealth is anywhere near accurate. They were as likely to lose their fortunes to the stock exchange wolves as to augment their stagnant rural rents. The shopkeepers, if their diminishing hold on Parisian property is anything to go by, continued their descent into the lower middle class or even lower, except for those who found new ways of selling. This is the sort of transition that Zola records in such excruciating detail in The Lady's Paradise. At the same time, the boom in banking and finance created a host of intermediate white-collar occupations, some of which were relatively well paid. The class structure of Paris was in full mutation during the Second Empire. By 1870 the lineaments of old patterns of class relations, traditional landowners, craft workers and artisans, shopkeepers, and government employees could still be easily discerned. But another kind of class structure was now being more firmly impressed upon it, itself confused between the state monopoly capitalism practiced by much of the new haute bourgeoisie and the growing subsumption of all labor under capitalist relations of production and exchange in the vast fields of small-scale Parisian industry and commerce. Deskyling was at work undermining craft worker power. And economic power was shifting within these frames. The financiers consolidated their power over industry and commerce, at least in Paris, while a small group of workers began to acquire the status of privileged aristocracy of labor within a mass of growing unskilled labor and impoverishment. Such shifts produced abundant tensions, all of which crystallized in the fierce class struggles fought out in Paris between 1868 and 1871. Community. Then, as now, the ideals and realities of community were hard to sort out. As far as Paris was concerned, Haussmann would have nothing to do with the ideal, and if the reality existed, he was blind to it. The Parisian population was simply a floating and agitated ocean of immigrants, nomads, and fortune and pleasure seekers of all types, who could not possibly acquire any stable or loyal sense of community. Paris was simply the national capital, centralization itself, and had to be treated as such. Haussmann was not alone in this view. Many in the haute bourgeoisie, from Thiers to Rothschild, thought of Paris only as the geographical key to a national power struggle whose internal agitations and propensity for revolution disqualified it for consideration as a genuine community of any standing. Yet many who fought and died in the siege of Paris and in the Paris Commune did so out of some fierce sense of loyalty to the city. Like Courbet, they defended their participation in the Commune with the simple argument that Paris was their homeland and that their community deserved at least that modicum of freedom accorded to others. And it would be hard to read the Paris Guide of 1867, the collective work of some 125 of the city's most prestigious authors, without succumbing to the powerful imagery of a city to which many confessed a passionate and abiding loyalty. But the guide also tells us how many Parisians conceived of community on a smaller scale of neighborhoods, quarters, and even the new arrondissements created only 7 years before. That kind of loyalty was also important. During the Commune, many preferred to defend their quarters rather than the city walls, thus giving the forces of reaction surprisingly easy access to the city. Community means different things to different people. It is hard not to impose meanings and thus do violence to the ways in which people feel and act. Haussmann's judgments, for example, were based on a comparison with the rural image of community. He knew all too well that the community of money prevailed in Paris, rather than the tight network of interpersonal relations that characterized much of rural life. And he had a visceral aversion to any version of community that invoked the socialist ideal of a nurturing body politic. Yet while Haussmann denied the possibility of community of one sort, he strove to implant another, founded in the glory of empire and oozing with symbols of authority, benevolence, power, and progress, to which he hoped the nomads of Paris would rally. He used, as we have seen, the public works, the universal expositions, the grand galas, fetes, and fireworks, the pomp and circumstance of royal visits and court life, and all the trappings of what became known as the fete imperiale to construct a sense of community compatible with authoritarian rule, free market capitalism, and the new international order. Haussmann tried, in short, to sell a new and more modern conception of community in which the power of money was celebrated as spectacle and display on the grand boulevards, in the grands magasins, in the cafes and at the races, and above all in those spectacular celebrations of the commodity fetish, the universal expositions. No matter that some found it hollow and superficial, a construction to be revolted against during the Commune, as Gaillard insists. It was a remarkable attempt, and much of the population evidently bought it, not only for the Second Empire but also well beyond. In his decentralization of functions within the arrondissements and in the symbolism with which he invested them, Haussmann also tried to forge. Paris, capital of modernity 230. Local loyalties, albeit within a hierarchical system of control. Again, he was surprisingly successful. Loyalties to the new arrondissements built quickly and have lasted as a powerful force to this day. They were vital during the Commune, perhaps because the arrondissements were the units of National Guard enrollment, and the latter, perhaps not by accident, turned out to be the great agent of direct, local democracy. Haussmann's impositions from above became the means of expression of grassroots democracy from below. That sentiment of direct, local democracy had deep historical roots. It was expressed in the Parisian sections of 1789 and in the political clubs of 1848, as well as in the manner of organizing public meetings after 1868. There was strong continuity in this political culture, which saw local community and democracy as integral to each other. That ideology carried over to the economic sphere, where Proudhon's ideas on mutualism, cooperation, federation, and free association had a great deal of credibility. But Proudhon emerged as such an influential thinker precisely because he articulated that sense of community through economic organization which appealed so strongly to the craft worker tradition and even to small owners. And Paris had long been divided into distinctive quarters, urban villages, each with its own distinctive qualities of population, forms of economic activity, and even styles of life. The neighborhood wine shop, as has frequently been emphasized, was a key institution for forging neighborhood solidarities. In addition, the flood of immigrants often had their distinctive receiving areas within the city based upon their place of origin or their trade, and the nomads of Paris seem often to have used their kinship networks as guides to the city's labyrinths. There is a thesis, held in rather different versions by writers as diverse as Lefebvre and Gaillard, that Haussmann's transformations, land speculation, and imperial rule disrupted the traditional sense of community and failed to put anything solid in its place. Others argue that the administration's refusal of any measure of self-governance that would give political expression to the sense of community was the major thorn in Parisians' side. The Commune can then be interpreted as an attempt by an alliance of classes to recapture the sense of community that had been lost, to reappropriate the central city space from which they had been expelled, and to reassert their rights as citizens of Paris. 13. The thesis is not implausible, but it needs considerable nuancing to make it stick. It is, for example, fanciful to argue that the notion of community had been more stable and solidly implanted in 1848. There was sufficient disarray in evidence then for the thesis of Haussmann's disruptions to be easily dismissed as a romanticized retrospective reconstruction. What is clearer is that the realities and ideologies of the construction of community underwent a dramatic transformation in Second Empire Paris. And the same processes that were transforming class relations were having equally powerful impacts upon community. The community of money was dissolving all other bonds of social solidarity, particularly among the bourgeoisie. Haussmann's urbanization was conceived on a new and grander spatial scale. He simultaneously linked communities that had formerly been isolated from each other. At the same time, this linking allowed such communities specialized roles within the urban matrix. Spatial specialization in social reproduction became more significant, as did spatial specialization in production and service provision. True, Haussmann's programs, Community and Class 231, also wiped out some communities, punched gaping holes through others, and sponsored much gentrification, dislocation, and removal. This provoked a great deal of nostalgia for a lost past on the part of all social classes, whether directly affected or not. Nadar, a photographer, confessed it made him feel a stranger in what should have been his own country. They have destroyed everything, even memory, he lamented. 14. But however great the sense of loss or the grieving for a lost home on the part of the many displaced, collective memories in practice were surprisingly short and human adjustment rather rapid. Chevalier notes how memories and images of the old Ile de la Cite were eradicated almost instantaneously after its destruction. 15. The loss of community, which many bourgeois observers lamented, probably was generated primarily by the breakdown of traditional systems of social control consequent upon rapid population growth, increased residential segregation, and the failure of social provision to keep up with the rapid reorganization of the space of social reproduction. Haussmann's neo-Malthusianism with regard to social welfare, plus the insistence upon authoritarian rule rather than municipal self-government, undoubtedly exacerbated the dangers. The problem was not that Belleville was not a community but that it became the sort of community that the bourgeoisie feared, and the police could not penetrate, the government could not regulate, and where the popular classes, with all their unruly passions and political resentments, held the upper hand. This is what truly lay behind the prefect of police's complaint of 1855-16. The circumstances which compel workers to move out of the center of Paris have generally, it is pointed out, had a deplorable effect on their behavior and morality. In the old days they used to live on the upper floors of buildings whose lower floors were occupied by the families of businessmen and other fairly well-to-do persons. A species of solidarity grew up among the tenants of a single building. Neighbors helped each other in small ways. When sick or unemployed, the workers might find a great deal of help, while on the other hand, a sort of human respect imbued working-class habits with a certain regularity. Having moved north of the Saint Martin Canal or even beyond the barriers, the workers now live where there are no bourgeois families and are thus deprived of their assistance at the same time as they are emancipated from the curb on them previously exercised by neighbors of this kind. The growth and transformation of industry, commerce, and finance, immigration and suburbanization, the breakdown of controls in the labor market and the apprenticeship system, the transformation of land and property markets, growing spatial segregation and specialization of quarters, reorganization of housing, social welfare provision, and education, all of these taken together, under the overwhelming power of the money calculus, promoted vital shifts in the meaning and experience of community. Whatever the sense of community had been in 1848, it was radically changed, but no less coherent or viable, in 1870. Let us probe these differences a little more deeply. The community of class and the class of community. The workers' movement of June 1848 was crushed by a National Guard drawn from over 300 provincial centers. The bourgeoisie who moved within the commercial orbit of Paris had the advantage of much better communications over long distances than the working class, which possessed strong local solidarity but little capacity for regional or national action. 17. The bourgeoisie used its far-flung spatial network of commercial contacts to preserve its economic and political power. Behind this incident lie a problem and a principle of some importance. Does community entail a territorial coherence, and if so, how are boundaries fixed? Or can community mean simply a community of interest without regard to particular spatial boundaries? What we see, in effect, is the bourgeoisie defining a community of class interests sprawled over space. This was, for example, the secret of Rothschild's success. But armed with the lessons of 1848, and following their class interests, the haute bourgeoisie in business and administration increasingly thought and acted along such lines. Thiers mobilized to repress the Commune in exactly the same way as had been done in 1848. The bourgeoisie had discovered that it could use its superior command over space to crush class movements, no matter how intense local solidarity was in particular places. The workers were also pressed to redefine community in terms of class and space. Their movement of 1848 had been marked by xenophobia against foreign workers coupled with intense sympathy for oppressed peoples everywhere. The new space relations and changing international division of labor prompted writers like Corbin to argue that the labor question now had no local solution but had to be looked at from a European perspective, at least. 18. The problem was, then, to make this internationalist perspective compatible with the mutualist and corporatist sentiments that infused the working class tradition. The tradition of compagnonnage and the Tour de France provided some kind of basis for thinking about new kinds of worker organization that could command space in a fashion comparable to the bourgeoisie. This was the problem the newborn International Working Men's Association faced. The effect was to create an enormous and uncontrollable panic within the ranks of the bourgeoisie, precisely because the International set out to define a community of class across all provinces, industrial centers, and states, and thus match the power the bourgeoisie had found so effective in 1848. 19. In practice, the bourgeoisie trembled without good reason. The relative weakness of the International's connections, coupled with the powerful residue of a highly localized mutualism, became all too apparent in the War of 1870 and the Commune. In contrast, the creation of the city-wide Fédération des Chambres Syndicales Ouvrières in 1869, an umbrella organization for the newly legalized trade unions, helped build a worker perspective on labor questions on a city-wide scale consistent with Haussmann's urbanization. This kind of organization synthesized powerful traditions of localized mutualism and direct democracy into city-wide strategies of class struggle over the labor process and conditions of employment. This was to be part of the volatile mix that gave the Commune so much of its force. The space over which community was defined altered as the scale of urbanization changed and spatial barriers were reduced. But it also shifted in response to new class configurations and struggles in which the participants learned that control over space and spatial networks was a source of social power. At this point, the evolutions of class and community intersected to create new and intriguing possibilities and configurations. The new communities of class were paralleled by new forms of the class of community. The social space of Paris had always been segregated. The glitter and affluence of the center had long contrasted with the dreary impoverishment of the suburb, the predominantly bourgeois west, with the working class east, the progressive right bank, with the traditionalist though student-ridden left bank. 20. Within this overall pattern there had been considerable spatial mixing. Dismal slums intermingled with opulent town houses, the businesses of craft workers and artisans mingled with aristocratic residences on the left bank and in the Marais, and, though diminished, the celebrated vertical segregation still brought some social contact between the classes. Masters and employees in industry and commerce also had traditionally lived close to each other, particularly within the city center, and this pattern continued to hold in spite of Haussmann's efforts at deindustrialization. While it would be untrue to say that Haussmann created spatial segregation in the city, his works, coupled with the land use sorting effect of rent in the context of changed land and property markets, produced a greater degree of spatial segregation, much of it based on class distinctions. Slum removal and building speculation consolidated bourgeois quarters to the west, while the separate system of land development on the northern and eastern peripheries produced tracts of low-income housing unrelieved by any intermingling with the upper classes. In Belleville, La Villette, and Montmartre this produced a vast zone of generic rather than occupationally specific working class concentrations that were to play a crucial role in the agitation that led up to the Commune. Landless competition also consolidated the business and financial quarters, and industrial and commercial activities also tended toward a tighter spatial clustering in selected areas of the center, printing on the left bank, metalworking on the inner northeast, leather and skins around arts et métiers, ready-to-wear clothing just off the grand boulevards. And each type of employment quarter often gave social shape to the surrounding residential quarters, the concentrations of white-collar employees to the north of the business center, the craft workers to the northeast center, the printers and bookbinders on the left bank. Zones and wedges, centers and peripheries, and even the fine mesh of quarters were much more clearly class or occupationally defined in 1870 than they had been in 1848. Though this had much to do with the spatial scale of the process that Haussmann unleashed, it was also a reflection of fundamental transformations of the labor process, the industrial structure, and an emergent pattern of class relations in which craft and occupation were playing in aggregate a less significant role. The consolidation of commercial and financial power, the rising affluence of certain segments of the haute and middle bourgeoisie, the growing separation of workers and masters, and increasing specialization in the division of labor that permitted desquiling were all registered in the production of new communities of class. Old patterns could still be discerned. The intermingling on the left bank was as confused as ever, but it was now overlaid with a fiercer and more definite structuring of the spaces of social reproduction. Spatial organization and the sense of community that went with it were caught up in the processes of reproduction of class configurations. As Sennett perceptively concludes, localism and lower class fused during the Second Empire, not because workers necessarily wanted it that way but because social forces imposed such identifications upon them. 21. Exactly how the community of class worked is best illuminated by Pilot's jaundiced account of sublimism among Parisian workers. As a significant industrialist and employer, he was infuriated by insubordination in the workplace and attitudes of anti-authoritarianism and class opposition. He considered failures of family formation to be a major part of the problem. The neighborhood wine bars were a problem. Workers and even whole families habitually gathered there to voice complaints that could not be heard under the oppressive conditions of the workshop or in the isolation of subcontracted work at home. The fact that patronage of the wine bar was mostly neighborhood rather than trade-based, 22 allowed a perspective to build on the condition of the working class in general rather than on conditions of labor within a particular trade. There were also tensions in and around what the wine bar was about for, as Sennett notes. When the cafe became a place of speech among peers at work, it threatened the social order. When the cafe became a place where alcoholism destroyed speech, it maintained the social order. It was for this reason that socialists like Varlin cultivated cooperative eating establishments as political spaces for the articulation of socialist ideals. What Pilot recognized, and what has often proven to be the case, is that class solidarities and identifications are far stronger when backed, if not sparked, by community organization. Class identifications are forged as much in the community as they are in the workplace. Pilot's frustration was that he could assert some level of control over the workplace but not in the space of community. Gould disagrees with this perspective. The rebuilding of central Paris, the geographical dispersion of workers in a number of industrializing trades, and the significant expansion of the population in the new peripheral arrondissements, he writes, created the conditions for a mode of social protest in which the collective identity of community was largely divorced from the work-based identities of craft and its more elusive cousin, class. The neighborhood was a basis for a collective identity that had little to do with the world of labor. The commune was, therefore, predicated on identification with the urban community rather than with craft and class. 23. Gould claims to have arrived at this conclusion solely on the basis of neutral empirical evidence, and rails at those of us who supposedly superimpose a class interpretation upon recalcitrant facts. Gould is quite correct to insist that the new peripheral spaces, which played such an important role in the commune, were less defined by craft, but is quite in error to assume a lack of relation to its more elusive cousin, class. The evidence he adduces is that Belleville did not significantly increase its class concentration between 1848 and 1872. Pilot, for one, would doubtless appreciate Gould's insistence on the importance of neighborhood networks and institutions in the creation of social solidarities, but would have been astonished to learn that these had nothing to do with class. The main evidence that Gould presents for cross-class solidarities is the class composition of witnesses at working-class weddings. The witnesses for workers are disproportionately in the categories of owners and employers. From this he concludes that social networks in the neighborhood had no class basis. Gould conveniently ignores the fact that concubinage was the rule and marriage the exception. Most workers did not get married because it was too expensive and too complicated. Those who did, were almost certainly seeking some upward mobility and respectability, and were therefore far more likely to want respectable witnesses. The distinction between workers and small owners was, as we have repeatedly noted, porous, and this was not the primary class divide. Bankers and financiers, landlords, merchant capitalists, the industrialists, and the whole oppressive network of subcontractors constituted the main class enemy for the workers, and I doubt very much if any of them ever turned up as witnesses in Gould's data. That the witnesses were part of the local social network is undeniable, but the meaning to be ascribed to that is also open to question. The wine shop and cafe owners, according to Hayne, frequently acted as witnesses for their clients, but this is hardly evidence of lack of class solidarity because those establishments were often centers for the articulation of class consciousness. 24 Gould is, however, quite correct to point to the issue of municipal liberties as a crucial demand both before and during Community and Class 237. Figure 84, working class street life around Les Halles and nightlife in the wine shops was a far cry from bourgeois respectability. Note how women and children seem fully integrated into the wine shop scene. In the Commune. But the evidence is strong on both sides, bourgeoisie as well as workers, that this was conceptualized as a class demand, albeit one that overlapped with the more radical forms of bourgeois political republicanism. Contrary to Gould's unsubstantiated opinion that there is no evidence that the socialist content of the public meetings which occurred after 1868 was having any effect, we have Varlin's confident assertion as early as 1869 that 8 months of public discussion had revealed that the communist system is more and more favored by people who are working themselves to death in workshops, and whose only wage is the struggle against hunger, and Milliera's thoughtful press articles in 1870 on the prospects and dangers of the social commune as a solution to the problems of working class life. 25 Control of the body politic had, as we have seen, been seriously contested along class lines ever since the 1830s, if not before, and the association between communism and commune was actively being revived. That the demand for municipal self-governance was so salient in a city where the working class constituted a clear majority can hardly be taken as evidence of a lack of class interest. And if the commune was solely about municipal liberty, why did the Republican bourgeoisie flee the city so fast, and why did the monarchists provide the core of military leadership that dealt so savagely with the communards as Reds in the bloody week of May 1871? Interestingly, much of the evidence that Gould mobilizes about the salience of spatial propinquity in social relations, and the importance of neighborhood institutions and of the new arrondissements as loci of social solidarity, is perfectly consistent with the account I am offering here. The Commune was indeed a different kind of event from 1848, and in part it was so because of the radical reorganization of the living spaces that Haussmannization accomplished, along with the equally radical transformations in labor processes, in the organization of capital accumulation, and in the deployment of state powers. The community of class and the class of community became more and more salient features of Second Empire daily life and politics, and without the close intermingling of these elements the commune would not have taken the form it did. Chapter 14. Natural Relations. That man's physical and spiritual life is linked to nature means simply that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. Marx. Haussmannization did not leave the pastoral longings of Balzac's utopianism unrequited. Nor did it ignore the legitimacy to be conferred by appeal to the medieval, Gothic, and Christian origins of the French state to celebrate the declaration of empire and once, at Haussmann's invitation, to celebrate Louis Napoleon's marriage. Haussmann also responded to the emphasis upon health and hygiene, upon the revitalization of the human body and the psyche through access to the curative powers of pure nature, which had lain behind a series of proposals made by the hygienists of the 1830s. And he acted upon proposals, most explicitly laid out by Magnadier in 1843, for parks and open spaces within the city. Personally dedicated to dealing with these issues, Haussmann invited his talented advisers to come up with remedies. The Bois de Boulogne, Vincennes, Luxembourg, the spectacular Buttes Chaumont, Parc Monceau, and even smaller spaces such as the Square du Temple were either created from scratch or completely re-engineered, mostly under Alphon's creative guidance, to bring a certain concept of nature into the city. It was, of course, a constructed concept of nature that was at work here, and it was fashioned according to very distinctive criteria. Grottos and waterfalls, lakes and rustic places to dine, restful walks and bowers, were all craftily engineered within these distinctive spaces of the city, emphasizing pastoral and Arcadian visions, Gothic designs and romantic conceptions of the restorative powers of access to a pristine, non-threatening, but still purifying nature. These strategies served several purposes. They brought the spectacle of nature into the city and thereby contributed to the luster of the imperial regime. They also co-opted the politicized romanticism of the 1840s and sought to transform it into a passive and more contemplative relation to nature within the open spaces of the city. There was much in this that appealed to a distinctive cultural tradition, common to both workers and bourgeois alike, that stretched back at least to the Restoration if not before. But this was not an autonomous cultural development that had no relation to the evolving paths of capitalism. The commodification of nature and the spreading influence of finance, capital and credit had much to do with developments during the July monarchy. Concerns over the consequences of overcrowding, insalubrity, and the casualization of an increasingly impoverished labor force, all products of what Marx called the manufacturing period of capitalist development that typically preceded machinery and modern industry, had brought the question of the relation to nature center stage during the Restoration and after. Romanticism and pastoral utopianism were both in part a response and a reaction to these degraded conditions of urban life. The Fourierists were particularly emphatic about restoring the relation to nature as a central tenet of their utopian plans. In a more practical register, the hygienists of the July monarchy produced more and more evidence of the vile living conditions in which much of the urban population in both Paris and the provinces were confined. While they looked to cleanliness and public health measures as remedies, there was plenty of grist in these reports to feed sentiments that varied from Fourierist disgust with the failures of civilization to a romantic longing for return to some healthier relation to living nature. The conditions that gave rise to such sentiments had everything to do with the gathering pace of capitalist development. Haussmann, as was his wont, altered the scale of the response to these questions, and thereby changed the stakes in the remedies he produced. In 1850 there were 47 acres of municipal parks. When he was forced from office, 20 years later, there were 4,500 acres. He added 18 squares to the city, an additional 7 in the annexed zone, and nearly doubled the number of trees lining avenues and boulevards, with some of the grander streets given a double row of trees on each side. In addition, he planted trees on all public land. The greening of Paris was a political act for Haussmann. 3. This was the era of the chestnut with its spring blossoms and its fall foliage. If Alphand provided the genius for overall design, then the horticulturalist he summoned from Bordeaux, Bareillet Deschamps, provided innumerable romantic touches for those who ventured into the parks and squares of the city. With respect to water and sewage, however, Haussmann had very little choice, because it was obvious in 1850 that Paris lagged far behind British and American cities, and even some of the other cities of Europe, in its level of provision. The disgusting conditions described by Fanny Trollope during her visit in 1835 had scarcely been touched by 1848. But great and manifold as are the evils entailed by the scarcity of water in the bedrooms and kitchens of Paris, she wrote, there is another deficiency greater still and infinitely worse in its effects. The want of drains and sewers is the great defect of all the cities in France, and a tremendous defect it is. For most of Marville's street photos of the 1850s make it seem as if it has just stopped raining, but the runnels visible in the streets are signs of raw sewage, not rainwater. The cholera outbreak of 1848 to 1849 and another in 1855 raised the stakes even higher, for though the causes were not yet known, it was generally presumed that insalubrious conditions had much to do with it. The story of Haussmann's reshaping of Paris underground has been told many times over, and it is generally applauded as dramatic, spectacular, and even heroic. 5. Water provision certainly improved. In 1850 Paris had a daily inflow of 27 million gallons, which amounted to 26 gallons a day per inhabitant if it had been distributed equally. By 1870 this was increased to 50 gallons a day per inhabitant, with works in hand that would shortly raise it to 64. On the distribution side Haussmann was less successful. Half the houses did not have running water in 1870, and the distribution system to commercial establishments was weakly articulated. Belgrand, with Haussmann's support, also decided to separate the supply of drinking water from non-potable water for the fountains, street cleaning, and industrial uses. Initially, this helped reduce the costs of provision of fresh potable water. But the struggle to identify and procure adequate supplies of fresh potable water of good quality in the Paris region was drawn out and beset by many technical difficulties. Haussmann emerged victorious. Fittingly, the aqueducts that brought pure water from the springs of Douai and Vannes some distance from Paris could be modeled on those of imperial Rome, and thus contribute in their own way to the propagation of an imperial aura. They came to Paris at sufficient height, furthermore, to allow the whole city to be serviced by gravitational flow. Increased flows of water entailed paying more attention to sewage disposal. It was still the case in 1850 that the street was the main sewer. In 1852 the prefecture had already directed that sewer hookups be installed in all new buildings and buildings undergoing major renovation on streets with sewers. But to be effective, this required that all Paris streets have sewers. Haussmann's response was typical. While the length of city streets doubled during the Second Empire, the sewer system grew more than fivefold. 6. Even more important, the sewers constructed were capacious enough to house easily repaired water pipes and other underground infrastructures. Paris underground became a spectacle to behold. Tours were laid on for visiting dignitaries and a bourgeoisie hitherto fearful of all that lay underground, including the low species of underclass life that lurked there. In a rather famous passage in his report to the Municipal Council, Haussmann wrote, "These underground galleries would be the organs of the metropolis and function like those of the human body without ever seeing the light of day. Pure and fresh water, along with light and heat, would circulate like the diverse fluids whose movement and replenishment sustain life itself. These liquids would work unseen and maintain public health without disrupting the smooth running of the city and without spoiling its exterior beauty." 7. Gandhi interprets this as a discursive throwback to pre-modern conceptions and sets out to show how the circulatory dynamics of economic exchange were to overwhelm organic conceptions of urban order and institute a new set of relationships between nature and urban society. 8. This, here goes, was not accomplished by Haussmann, but had to wait until the end of the 19th century. Haussmann's language here may of course just have been tactical, drawing upon the long tradition of biological reasoning and organic metaphors that suffused the work of the hygienists of the July monarchy, but it is just as likely that, at a moment when mechanical engineering language was not settled upon as the technical language of modernity, he was drawn to the metaphor of circulation and metabolism as a purely practical matter. The careful scientific inquiries and reports of Belgrand, and the memoranda that Haussmann produced to persuade a skeptical and always cautious municipal council, are largely devoid of such organic rhetoric, and analyze matters in a mechanical way. They do, however, emphasize the idea of circulation, and this metaphor did double duty. On the one hand, it could emphasize the cleansing functions of the free circulation of air, of sunlight, of water, and of sewage in the construction of a healthy urban environment at the same time that it evoked a connection with the free circulation of money, people, and commodities throughout the city, as if these were also entirely natural functions. The circulation of capital could thereby be rendered natural and the reshaping of the metropolis could be interpreted as in accord with natural design. Chapter 15. Science and Sentiment, Modernity and Tradition. Upon the different forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, rises an entire superstructure of distinct and peculiarly formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thought and views of life. Marx. To try to peer inside consciousness is ever a perilous exercise. Yet something has to be said about the hopes and dreams, the fears and imaginings that inspired people to action. But how to reconstruct the thoughts and feelings of Parisians of more than a century ago? To be sure, there is a vast literary record, which, when complemented by cartoons, paintings, sculpture, architecture, engineering, and the like, tells us how at least some people felt, thought, and acted. Yet many left no such tangible mark. The mass of the population remains mute. It takes a careful study of language, words, gestures, popular songs, theater, and mass publications to get even a fragmentary sense of popular thought and culture. The Second Empire had the reputation of being an age of positivism. Yet, by modern standards, it was a curious kind of positivism, beset by doubt, ambiguity, and tension. Thinkers were attempting in differing ways and to differing extents to reconcile aspirations and convictions that incompatible. What was true for the intelligentsia, the artists, and the academicians was also profoundly true for many workers. Though passionately interested in progress, they frequently resisted its applications in the labor process. Wrote Corbin, the worker who reads, writes, has the spirit of a poet, who has great material and spiritual aspirations. The devotee of progress becomes, in fact, a reactionary, retrograde and obscurantist, when it comes to his own trade. For the craft work. Of course, their art was their science, and their deskyling was no sign of progress, as leaders like Varlin were ceaselessly to complain. Since Paris was the hearth of intellectual ferment, not only for the cream of the country's intelligentsia but also for the organic intellectuals of the working class, it experienced these tensions and ambiguities with double force. There were also innumerable intersections in which the sense of science and sentiment, modernity and tradition. 249. Increasing submission of the worker to the money power of capitalism was mirrored by the prostitution of the skills of writer and artist to the dictates of the market. Here was the unity of experience that put La Bohème on the side of workers in revolution. Most were struck by the virtues of science. The achievements of medicine had particular importance. Not only were the medical students often in the avant-garde in the political and scientific movements of the 1860s, but the image of the cool dissection of something as personal as the human body became a paradigm of what science was all about. And if the human body could be dissected, then why not do the same thing to the body politic? Science was not so much a method as an attitude given over to the struggle to demystify things, to penetrate and dissect their inner essence. Such an attitude even underlay the movement toward art for art's sake. Not only scientists but writers, poets, economists, artists, historians, and philosophers could aspire to science. It was free of conventional morality and of any didactic motive. It was pure in the sense they wished their art to be pure. Its objectivity and impartiality resembled their determination to avoid sentimentality and an open display of personal feeling. It was every writer's ambition, as Saint Beuve wrote in praise of Madame Bovary, to wield the pen as others wield the scalpel. Flaubert, the son of a doctor, was fascinated by the dissection of cadavers all his life. It's a strange thing, the way I'm attracted by medical studies, he wrote, but that's the way the intellectual wind is blowing nowadays. Maxime Duchamp, one of Flaubert's closest friends in his early years, subsequently wrote an anatomical dissection of the body of Paris in a 6-volume study. Delacroix was moved to observe that science, as demonstrated by a man like Chopin, is art itself, pure reason embellished by genius. Many artists saw themselves as working in a spirit analogous to that of a scientist like Pasteur, who was then penetrating the mysteries of fermentation. Others, sensing the widening gap, sought to close it. The time is not far off, wrote Baudelaire, when it will be understood that any literature which refuses to march fraternally between science and philosophy is a homicidal, suicidal literature. Hugo thought likewise, it is through science that we shall realize that sublime vision of poets, social beauty. At the stage which civilization has reached, the exact is a necessary element in what is splendid, and artistic feeling is not only served but completed by the scientific approach. The dream must know how to calculate. Craft workers like Varlin would surely have agreed, that was, after all, why they set out to educate themselves. The historian Michelet was even more programmatic. He sought the poetry of truth, purity itself, which penetrates the real to find its essence, and so breaks the foolish barrier which separates the literature of liberty from that of science. Confusions and ambiguities arose because few were ready to separate science from sentiment. While a scientific posture helped liberate thinkers from the traps of romanticism, utopianism, and, above all, the mysticism of received religion, it did not absolve them from considering the directions of social progress and the relation to tradition. A little science takes you away from religion, a lot brings you back to it, said Flaubert. Saint Simon had earlier led the way by insisting that his new science of society could go nowhere without the power of a renovated Christianity to drive its moral purpose. Auguste Comte followed. Paris, capital of modernity 250. Sud. The systematizer of an abstract, systematic, and theoretical positivism in the 1830s converted to a more humanistic strain of thought in the 1840s. From 1849 until his death in 1857, tract after tract dedicated to the foundation of positivist churches of humanity issued forth from his house close by the Place Sorbonne. Those most concerned with constructing a science of society did not want to separate fact from value. Prior to 1848, social science had been divided between the grand systematizers like Comte, Saint-Simon, and Fourier, whose abstractions and speculations might inspire, and the empiricists, who, like the hygienists of the 1840s, confined themselves to moving but Malthusian descriptions of the awful pathologies and depravities to which the poor were exposed and the dangerous classes prone. Neither tactic yielded incisive social science. It took Proudhon to make the connection between capitalism, pauperism, and crime more explicit in the French context, and Marx's Capital, the first volume of which came out in German only in 1867, made the connections even clearer. The medical students who later formed the core of the Blanquist movement likewise used their materialist scalpels to great effect in the dissection of society and its ills. But other, less encouraging trends could be observed. Le Play combined positivism with empiricism to construct a new kind of social science during the 1850s in order to support the Catholic cause. His extensive studies of family budgets and family life were dedicated to securing the Christian concept of the family as the basis of the social order. The liberal political economists were no less assiduous in shaping their objective social science to political ends. 70s confused cross-currents are hard to understand without reference to the complex evolution of class relations and alliances that produced 1848, the Conservative Republic, and the Empire. In the Revolution of 1848, as we have seen, progressive social democrats were joined on the barricades by a motley assortment of La Bohème, romantics, utopian socialists, and Jacobins, as well as by an equally motley assortment of workers, students, street people, and representatives of the dangerous classes. The bitter days of June shattered that alliance in all manner of ways. Whatever their actual role may have been, the powerful ideological stamp that the Romantics and the Socialist Utopians put upon the rhetoric of 1848 was totally discredited with the June repression. Poets cannot cope, quipped Flaubert. Proudhon found the demagoguery on the barricades vapid and utopian, totally lacking in practicality. Yet Romanticism and Utopianism had been the first line of defense against the subordination of all modes of thought to religion. Some other means of defense and protest had to be found. Utopianism was now, generally speaking, displaced by positivism. The mystic belief in the virtue of the people and hopes for a spiritual regeneration gave way to a more guarded pessimism about mankind. Men began to look on the world in a different way, for splendid illusions had been shattered before their eyes, and their very style of talking and writing changed. 8. Herein lies the significance of Courbet's sudden breakthrough into realism in art, Baudelaire's fierce and uncompromising embrace of a modernity given a much more tragic dimension by the violence of 1848, and Proudhon's initial confusion followed by total rejection of utopian schemes. Courbet, Baudelaire, and Proudhon could, and did, make common cause. 9. Their disillusionment with Romanticism and Utopianism was typical of a social response to 1848 that looked to realism and practical science as means to liberate human sentiments. They may have remained romantics at heart, but they were romantics armed with scalpels, ready to take shelter from the authoritarianism of religion and empire behind the shield of positivism and detached science. The respectable bourgeoisie drew a similar sort of conclusion, though for quite different reasons. Professional schools should be organized, wrote one, to train competent workers, foremen, managers of factories for the combats of production instead of producing unemployed bacheliers embittered by their impotence, born petitioners of every public office, disturbing the state by their pretensions. 10. It would seem that the empire, with its concerns for industrial and social progress, would have welcomed this turn to realism and science, would have encouraged and co-opted it. And on the surface it did just that, through promotion of universal expositions dedicated to lauding new technologies, the establishment of worker commissions to examine the fruits and applications of technological change, and the like. Yet the Second Empire did nothing to reverse and, until 1864, even exacerbated what most commentators agree was a serious decline of French science from its pinnacle early in the century into relative mediocrity by the end. 11. Little was done to support research. Pasteur, for example, had a hard time obtaining funds, while government policies often threw the universities into such turmoil that student protests were forced onto the streets or into underground conspiracies like the Blanquist. Science and positivism, free thought and materialism, became forms of protest. The mysticism of religion, the censorious authoritarianism and the frivolity of Second Empire culture were its main targets. The contradictions in imperial policy also have to be understood in terms of the shaky class alliance upon which Louis Napoleon had to rest his power. It was, indeed, his genius and misfortune that he sought the implantation of modernity in the name of tradition, that he used the authoritarianism of empire to champion the freedoms and liberties of private capital accumulation. He could occupy such an odd niche in history precisely because the instability of class relations in 1848 gave him the chance to rally the disillusioned and fearful of all classes around a legend that promised stability, security, and perhaps national glory. Yet he knew he had to move forward. "March at the head of the ideas of your century," he wrote, "and those ideas follow and support you. March behind them and they drag you after them. March against them, and they overthrow you." 12. The problem, however, was that Napoleon had to seek support from a Catholic Church that was reactionary and uncultured at the base and led by a pope who totally rejected reconciliation with progress, liberalism, and modern civilization. To be sure, there were progressive Catholics, unloved by Rome, who, like Montalembert, supported the coup d'état but later so deplored the alliance of Catholics with empire that they were hauled before the public prosecutor. But the net effect, at least until the breakdown of the alliance in the 1860s, was to surrender much of education to those who thought of it solely as a means for social control by the inculcation of traditional values rather than as a fount of social progress. That, combined with censorship, transformed the free thought movement in the universities into a major criticism of empire. The empire also was vulnerable because it uncomfortably straddled the break between modernity and tradition. It sought social and technological progress, and therefore had to confront in thought as well as in action the power of traditional classes and conceptions. The empire was also founded on legend, but the legend could not bear too close an inspection. There were two principal embarrassments: the manner of the First Empire's emergence from the First Republic, and its ultimate collapse. The censors sought to impose a tactful silence on such matters, banning popular performances and plays that referred to them. Victor Hugo, thundering against the iniquities of Napoleon Le Petit from the safety of exile, took up the cudgels. He inserted a brilliant but, from the standpoint of plot, quite gratuitous description of the defeat at Waterloo into Les Miserables, editorializing as he did so that for Napoleon I to have won at Waterloo would have been counter to the tide of the 19th century, that it would have been fatal to civilization to have so large a world contained within the mind of a single man, and that a great man had to disappear in order that a great century might be born. Les Miserables, though published in Brussels, was in everyone's hands in the Paris of 1862, and Hugo's message was surely not lost on his readers. 13. This kind of exploitation of tradition was not new. The grapplings of historians and writers like Michelet, Thiers, and Lamartine with the meaning of the French Revolution had played a major role in the politics of the 1840s. Republicans used history and tradition after 1851 to make political points. They were as much concerned to invent tradition as to represent a certain version of it. This is not to accuse them of distortion, but of reading the historical record in such a way as to mobilize tradition to a particular political purpose. It was almost as if the dead weight of tradition were such that social progress had to depend on its evocation, even when it did not weigh like a nightmare on the brain of the living, as Marx puts it in the 18th Brumaire. 14. In this respect, artists, poets, novelists, and historians made common cause. Many of Manet's paintings of the Second Empire period, for example, portray modern life through the overt recreation of classical themes. He did so, Fried suggests, in a way that echoed Michelet's political and republican tracts of 1846 to 1948 while answering Baudelaire's plea for an art that represented the heroism of modern life. 15. The experience of craft workers was no different. Their resistance had forced much of Parisian industry to all manner of adaptations. They had defended their work and their lifestyle fiercely, and had used corporatist tactics to do so. When the emperor invited them to inspect the virtues of technological progress and document their reactions to the Universal Exposition of 1867, they responded with a defense of craft traditions. 16. Yet their power was being eroded and sometimes swamped by competition and technological change within the new international division of labor. This posed enormous problems for the organic intellectuals of the working class movement as well as for revolutionary socialists who sought a path to the future but had to do so on the basis of fiercely held ideological traditions. And the mass in-migration of often unskilled workers, clinging to bastardized rural traditions and parochial perspectives, did not help matters. But the coup d'état had also revealed significant pockets of rural revolutionary consciousness and resistance, from which were reimported revolutionary sentiments that Paris had hitherto prided itself upon exporting to a supposedly backward countryside. That the countryside was itself a site of class relations and contestations, and hence a breeding ground for class politics, was a fact that most Parisians, as we have seen, preferred to deny. The problem, however, was that the new material circumstances and class relations in Parisian industry and commerce required a line of political analysis and action for which there was no tradition. The International, which began rooted in mutualist and corporatist traditions, had to invent a new tradition to deal with the class struggles of 1868 to 1871. This put a forward-looking and modernist gloss on some of what happened in the Commune. It was, sadly, more successful after the martyrdom of many of its members in 1871 than before. Consciousness is as much rooted in the past and its interpretations as in the present. The modernity that Haussmann created was itself powerfully rooted in tradition. The creative destruction necessitated by the demolitions and reconstructions had its precedence in the revolutionary spirit. Though Haussmann would never evoke it, the creative destruction of the barricades of 1848 helped pave his way. And his willingness to act decisively was admired by many. Wrote about in the Paris Guide of 1867, like the great destroyers of the 18th century who made a tabula rasa of the human spirit, I applaud and admire this creative destruction. Haussmann was not, however, above the struggle between modernity and tradition, science and sentiment. Subsequently lauded or condemned as the apostle of modernity in urban planning, he could do what he did in part because of his deep claims upon tradition. If Voltaire could enjoy the spectacle of Paris today, surpassing as it does all his wishes, he wrote in his memoirs, he would not understand why Parisians, his sons, the heirs of his fine spirit, have attacked it, criticized it, and fettered it. He appealed directly to the tradition of Enlightenment rationality and even more particularly to the expressed desire of writers as diverse as Voltaire, Diderot, Rousseau, and Saint-Simon and even of socialists like Louis Blanc and Fourier to impose rationality and order upon the chaotic anarchy of a recalcitrant city. The Haussmannization of Paris, suggests Vidler, carried the techniques of rationalist analysis and the formal instruments of the Ancien regime, as refurbished by the First Empire and its institutions, to their logical extreme. 17. It was, I suspect, in part because of these roots in tradition that Haussmann's works gained the acceptance they did. In addition to about, several authors in the influential Paris Guide of 1867 praised Haussmann's works in exactly these terms. But Paris had also long been dubbed a sick city. Haussmann could therefore also appear in the guise of surgeon. After the prolonged pathology, the drawn-out agony of the patient, the body of Paris was to be delivered of its illnesses, its cancers and epidemics once and for all by the total act of surgery. Cutting and piercing were the adjectives used to describe the operation. Where the terrain was particularly obstructed, a disemboweling had to be performed in order that arteries be reconstituted and flows reinstated. The metaphors were repeated again and again by the pathologists, the surgeons, and even by their critics, becoming so firmly embedded in the unconscious analogies of urban planning that from that time the metaphor and the scientific nature of the action were confused and fused. 18. The metaphors of hygienic science and surgery were powerful and appealing. Haussmann's representational strategy when approaching the metabolic functions of the city, the circulation of air, water, sewage, was to cast the city as a living body whose vital functions must be cleansed. The Bois de Boulogne and Vincennes were fondly referred to as the giant lungs of the city. But Haussmann more generally saw the city dispassionately as an artifact that could be understood and shaped according to mechanical, natural scientific principles and techniques. The towers from which the triangulation of Paris proceeded symbolized a new spatial perspective on the city as a whole, as did Haussmann's attachment to the geometry of the straight line and the accuracy of leveling to engineer the flows of water and sewage. The engineering science he put to work was exact, brilliant, and demanding. The dream of Voltaire and Diderot had, as Hugo would have it, learned to calculate, or, as Carmona prefers to put it, the dreamer found someone who could calculate. But Haussmann also tried, as we have seen, to pander to sentiment, even to engineer it, hence the elaborate street furnishings, monuments, and fountains, the widespread planting of trees along the boulevards, and the construction of Gothic grottos in the parks. He sought to reimport romance into the details of a grand design that spelled out the twin ideals of Enlightenment rationality and imperial authority. But if the body of the city was being radically re-engineered, what was happening to its soul? The responses to this question were clamorous and contentious. Baudelaire, for example, who knew only too well the natural pleasure in destruction, could not and did not protest the transformation of Paris. His celebrated line, "Alas, a city's face changes faster than the heart of a mortal," was critically directed more at the incapacity to come to terms with the present than at the changes then occurring. And for those concerned with hygiene, the re-engineering could be welcomed as a form of purification of both the body and the soul. But there were many who were visceral in their condemnation. Paris was dying under the surgeon's knife. It was becoming Babylon. Its true soul and essence were being destroyed not only by the physical changes but also by the moral decay of the Fate Imperiale. Lamentations, more often than not laced with nostalgia, were everywhere to be heard. The destruction of old Paris and the evisceration of all memory were frequently evoked. Zola inserts a telling scene in La Curée. A former workman member of a commission to assess compensation for expropriation visits a neighborhood where he once lived as a youth. He is seized with emotion when he sees the wallpaper of his old room and the cupboard where he put by 300 francs, sou by sou, exposed in a building under demolition. This was a theme that Daumier invoked more than once. Saccard, on the other hand, seemed enraptured by this walk through devastations. He followed the cutting with the secret joys of authorship, as if he himself had struck the first blows of the pickaxe with his iron fingers. And he skipped over the puddles, reflecting that 3 millions were awaiting him beneath a heap of building rubbish, at the end of the stream of greasy mire. Nowhere is the brazen joy of creative destruction better invoked than in this extraordinary novel of Haussmannization in all its crudity. 19. But nostalgia can be a powerful political weapon. The royalist writer Louis Vaillant invoked it to great effect in his influential Les Odeurs de Paris. Contemplating the destruction of the house in which his father had been born, he writes, "I have been chased away, another has come to settle there, and my house has been razed to the ground, a sordid pavement covers everything. City without a past, full of spirits without memories, of hearts without tears, of souls without love. City of uprooted multitudes, movable heaps of human rubble, you can grow and even become the capital of the world, but you will never have any citizens." Jules Ferry, in his dissection of Haussmann's creative accounting, wept copious tears for the old Paris, the Paris of Voltaire, of Diderot, and of Desmoulins, the Paris of 1830 and of 1848, when confronted with the magnificent but intolerable new residences, the affluent crowds, the intolerable vulgarity, the appalling materialism, that we are leaving to our descendants. 20 Haussmann almost certainly had this passage in mind when he defended his works as being precisely in the tradition of Voltaire and Diderot. In one of his last works, published in 1865, Proudhon saw a city destroyed physically by force and madness, but insisted that its spirit had not been laid low, that the Paris of old, buried beneath the new, the indigenous population rendered invisible by the flood of cosmopolitans and foreigners, would arise phantom-like from the past and evoke the cause of liberty. For Fornal, as well as for many others, the problem was the monotony, the homogeneity, and the boredom imposed by Haussmann's geometrical attachment to the straight line. Paris would soon be nothing other than a giant phalanstère, Fornal complained, in which everything would have been equalized and flattened to the same level. The Paris of multiplicity and diversity was being erased and replaced by a single city. There was only one street in Paris, the Rue de Rivoli, and it was being replicated everywhere, said Fornal, which perhaps explains Hugo's cryptic response when asked in exile if he missed Paris. "Paris is an idea," he said, "and as for the rest, it is the Rue de Rivoli, and I have always loathed the Rue de Rivoli." 21 It is not clear, of course, how much of this was a genuinely felt sense of loss and how much merely a tactical move by monarchists or republicans to invoke some past golden age as a means to attack imperial rule. But Haussmann's works were only one focus. The disappearance of older trades, the rise of new employment and ownership structures, the emergence of the credit institutions, the dominance of speculation, the sense of time-space compression, the transformations in public life and spectacle, the gross consumerism, the instability of neighborhoods through immigration and suburbanization all gave rise to a grumbling sense of loss that could easily erupt into full-fledged anger at the way the new Paris was superseding the old. Those who got left behind, like Baudelaire's old clown, were unlikely to be mollified by tales of modernity and progress as both necessary and emancipatory for daily life. How to read all of this was the problem. Certainly something had gotten lost. But what was it, and should it really be the focus of that much regret? Consider, in this light, Baudelaire's prose poem Loss of a Halo. 22 Baudelaire records a conversation between a poet and a friend who surprise each other in some place of ill repute. The poet explains that, terrified of horses and vehicles, he hurried across the boulevard, splashing through the mud, in the midst of seething chaos, with death galloping at me from every side. A sudden move caused his halo to slip off his head and fall into the mire of the macadam. Too frightened to pick it up, he left it there but finds he enjoys its loss because now he can go about incognito, be as low as I please and indulge in debauch like ordinary mortals. Besides, he takes a certain delight in the thought that some bad poet might pick it up and put it on. Much has been said about loss of a halo. Wolfarth records the shock of recognition in the image when juxtaposed with the Communist Manifesto. The bourgeoisie has stripped of its halo every occupation hitherto honored and looked up to with reverent awe. Capitalism has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage laborers. To Wolfarth, the poem signifies the writer's plight amidst the blind, cutthroat laissez-faire of the capitalistic city. The traffic reduces the poet in his traditional guise to obsolescence and confronts him with the alternative of saving his skin or his halo. What better way to summarize the dilemma of the craft workers in the Revolution of 1848? But Berman takes interpretation in another direction. 23. He focuses on the traffic. The archetypal modern man, as we see him here, is a pedestrian thrown into the maelstrom of modern city traffic, a man alone contending against an agglomeration of mass and energy that is heavy, fast and lethal. The burgeoning street and boulevard traffic knows no spatial or temporal bounds, spills over into every urban space, imposes its tempo on everybody's time, transforms the whole modern environment into moving chaos. This makes the boulevard a perfect symbol of capitalism's inner contradictions, rationality in each individual capitalist unit leading to anarchic rationality in the social system that brings all these units together. But those who are willing to throw themselves into this maelstrom, to lose their halo, acquire a new kind of power and freedom. Baudelaire, says Berman, wants works of art that will be born in the midst of the traffic, that will spring from its anarchic energy, so that loss of a halo turns out to be a declaration of something gained. Only a bad poet will try to pick up the halo of tradition and put it on. And behind that experience Berman sees Haussmann, that archetype of the capitalist developer, the archangel of creative destruction. The poem is itself a creative product of the transformation of Paris, as is Daumier's representation. Wolfarth sees it differently. It is no accident that the poet ends up in a place of ill repute. Here Baudelaire foresees the increasing commercialization of bourgeois society as a cold orgy of self-prostitution. That image also echoes Marx on the degradation of labor under capitalism, as well as his thoughts on the penetration of money relations into social life. Universal prostitution appears as a necessary phase in the development of the social character of personal talents, capacities, abilities, activities. 24. Baudelaire's fascination with the prostitute, simultaneously commodity and person through whom money seems to flow in the act of sex and the dissolution of any other sense of community save that defined by the circulation of money, is beautifully captured in his Crépuscule du Soir. The city itself has become prostituted to the circulation of money and capital. Or, as Wolfarth concludes, the place of ill repute is the city itself, an old whore to whom the poet like old Lecce or to old mistress goes, as the epilogue to Paris Spleen puts it. Having dubbed the city brothel and hospital, prison, purgatory, hell, Baudelaire declares, "Infamous city, I adore you." The tension that Haussmannization could never resolve, of course, was transforming Paris into the city of capital under the aegis of imperial authority. That project was bound to provoke political and sentimental responses. Haussmann delivered up the city to the capitalists, speculators, and money changers. He gave it over to an orgy of self-prostitution. There were those among his critics who felt they had been excluded from the orgy, and those who thought the whole process distasteful and obscene. It is in such a context that Baudelaire's images of the city as a whore take on their particular meaning. The Second Empire was a moment of transition in the always contested imagery of Paris. The city had long been depicted as a woman. Balzac saw her as mysterious, capricious, and often venal, but also as natural, slovenly, and unpredictable, particularly in Revolution. The image in Zola is very different. She is now a fallen and brutalized woman, disemboweled and bleeding, the prey of speculation, the victim of all-consuming greed. 26. Could so brutalized a woman do anything other than rise up in revolution? Here the imagery of gender and of Paris formed a strange connection, one that boded ill, as we shall see, for both women and the city in 1871. Against the lamplight, whose shivering is the wind's, prostitution spreads its light and life in the streets. Like an anthill opening its issue, it penetrates mysteriously everywhere by its own occult route, like an enemy mining the foundations of a fort, or a worm in an apple, eating what all should eat, it circulates securely in the city's clogged heart. 25. Paris, capital of modernity. 260. Chapter 16. Rhetoric and Representation. It is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of conflict and fight it out. Marx. How did people view each other, represent themselves and others to themselves and others? How did they picture the contours of Parisian society, comprehend their social and spatial position and the radical transformations then in progress? And how were these representations transposed, used, and shaped in the rhetoric of political discourse? These are easy and important questions to pose but tough ones to answer. The experience of 1848 provides a benchmark against which much that followed has to be understood. Order and disorder were code words, but behind them lay some unforgettable experiences. De Tocqueville's are illustrative. On May 15, when the National Assembly was invaded by the political clubs, a man appeared at the rostrum whom I never saw save on that day, but whose memory has always filled me with disgust and horror. His cheeks were pale and faded, his lips white, he looked ill, evil, foul, with a dirty pallor and the appearance of a mouldering corpse, no linen as far as one could see, an old black frock coat thrown about spindly and emaciated limbs. He might have lived in a sewer and have just emerged from it. I was told that this was Blanqui. Again, on June 24, de Tocqueville encounters an old woman in the street with a vegetable cart that impedes his path. He orders her sharply to make room. Instead of doing so, she left her cart and rushed at me with such sudden frenzy that I had trouble defending myself. I shuddered at the frightful and hideous expression on her face, which reflected demagogic passions and the fury of civil war. It is as though these great public emotions create a burning atmosphere in which private feelings seethe and boil. 1. The bourgeoisie feared not only the collapse of public order but also the horror of uncaged emotions, unbridled passions, prostitutes and libidinous women, the explosion of evil from the subterranean Paris of sewers, the haunt of the dangerous classes. The fear of disorder was inordinate. No wonder that the party of order took such a draconian path to repression, creating first a republic without republicans and then caving into empire as the only hope. Yet the empire was anything but orderly, and had to be kept in shape by active surveillance and police repression. So who or what was to blame for the disorder? Workers pointed to the anarchy of free market capitalism, with its periodic bouts of speculation, market collapse, and unemployment, its unbridled greed and money passion, its undermining of job security, skills, and worker dignity, and its fierce waging of class war in the name of the general good. But they also blamed immigrants and foreigners, unfair competition, heartless bureaucracy, and an uncaring state that accorded them neither dignity or rights. The bourgeoisie blamed irresponsible and feckless government, subversives, bohemians, debauched women, freethinkers, socialists, cosmopolitan foreigners, and utopians who might incite the vile multitude to riot and revolution at the slightest provocation. Both sides might rally to the defense of order, but the order they had in mind varied from craft workers defending their skills through association to landlords and bankers defending their different kinds of property rights. An English visitor was surprised to find Paris, capital of modernity 262. That the society his hosts proclaimed to be so threatened referred exclusively to the fashionable circles in which they moved. Two the same words evidently carried very different meanings. The challenge is to interpret those meanings correctly. That task is made difficult by the political repression and censorship. All manner of hidden and allegorical meanings, of veiled references and subtle innuendos, entered into political discourse and appear to have been widely understood. Catholicism had left a legacy of appreciation for symbolism and allegory that could be put to political use. Corporatist traditions within the labor force and the Masonic movement provided all kinds of codes and languages. And the rewriting of history, particularly of the revolutionary period, was used to shape popular imagery. The censors were aware of such problems. They rejected a simple song that mentioned a bonnet, presumably because it might be taken as a reference to the Republican cap of liberty. 3. But what could the authorities do when critics of empire turned funerals, fetes, and other public events into occasions for spontaneous mass demonstrations? The problem was not simply that 25,000 workers could turn up at 24 hours' notice for the funeral of a Republican leader's wife, but that any burial with its tradition of graveside discourse could turn into a mass political meeting. The means of representation and communication were multiplying rapidly. The explosion in newspaper circulation was accompanied by political diversification and the rise of skilled editors who knew how to skirt the censor. Others preferred to confront, make their point, and be closed down in a blaze of glory. By the late 1860s, newspapers and journals were opening up every month. When an influential newspaper like Le Rappel was controlled by no less fierce a critic than the exiled Victor Hugo, the government was surely in trouble. The penny press also exploded as the popular taste for education, romance, and travel came together with a commercial apparatus capable of exploiting it. Much of the material was innocuous enough to appear as pablum for the masses. But some of it, like the pamphlets on French history, had strong political overtones. By 1860, this penny literature was more numerous and popular than the daily press. Worse still, all such publications relied heavily on illustrations. Drawings and cartoons, Daumier's work being just one example among many, were extraordinary vehicles for political satire and polemic. Nor could Courbet's gallant thrust of 1848 to 1851 to create an art of and for the people easily be forgotten. For the salons continued to be political events to which the popular classes were drawn as much as the bourgeoisie. And while the government could ban performances of Victor Hugo's plays, they could not stop Les Miserables from being in almost everyone's hands almost immediately after it was published in 1862, in Belgium. And herein lay another problem. The improved transport and communication systems and the flood of foreign visitors made the flow of foreign news and commentary much greater at the same time that it increased the capacity to smuggle in any number of political tracts produced by those in exile. The emperor's decision to offer amnesty to the exiles in 1859 hinged not so much on magnanimity as on the idea that it was easier to keep them under surveillance in France than it was abroad. Realizing this only too well, Proudhon for a while, and Louis Blanc and Hugo for the rest of the empire, preferred to remain abroad. It is invidious, perhaps, to select any dominant themes out of the swirl and confusions of images, representations, and political rhetoric. Yet there are some that stand out, that cry out for further explication. Within each we shall see manifested that overriding concern for the tension between order and disorder, as well as between modernity and tradition. The geographical imagination. The spreading tentacles of the rail net and the growing regularity and speed of maritime and telegraph connections shook perceptions of space and place to their very roots. Information, commodities, money, and people moved around the world with much greater facility in 1870 than in 1850. Increasing competition and dependence within the international division of labor liberated Paris from local constraints but rendered the city vulnerable to far-off events. Foreign ventures had local reverberations. The changing mix of commodities in the market gave daily testimony to shifts in space relations. A burgeoning press placed information on people's lunch tables about everything from foreign investment, price movements, and profit opportunities to geopolitical confrontations to bizarre stories of foreign habits. With the photograph, space and time seemed to collapse into one simple image. Every new conquest of space, the opening of rail links or of the Suez Canal, became an occasion for enormous celebration, as did the Universal Expositions, which highlighted new geographical connections as well as new technologies. It was not necessary to leave Paris to experience the shock of transformed space relations. The geographies of the mind had therefore to adapt and learn to appreciate the world of geographical variation and of otherness that now constituted the global space of political economic activity. This meant, inter alia, coming to terms with the social and spatial relations concealed by the market exchange of things. The mass of travelogues and popular geographies that swamped the penny press indicated plenty of public curiosity. 5. But travel and travel literature can just as easily confirm prejudices and feed fears as broaden the mind. So how was the other broadly understood in the midst of such rapid transformations? The question is important because, as we shall see, the construction of the other in broadly racist and exclusionary terms was to have devastating effects upon internal politics as well as across the colonial empire that France was beginning to assemble overseas. The French geographical imagination had long been encumbered with heavy doses of environmentalism and racism. Montesquieu and Rousseau had agreed that liberty was not the fruit of all climates, and therefore not within the reach of all peoples. Despotism is suited to hot climates, barbarism, to cold, and good government, to temperate regions. 6 By 1870 this had been converted by writers like Gobineau, whose influential essay on the inequality of human races appeared in 1855, proclaiming the superiority of the Nordic races, into a simple grid of interpretation in which categories like civilized, barbarian, and savage were superimposed upon the map of the world. 7 The savage could, on occasion, be depicted as noble, but popular imagination had long seen Rousseau's ideal displaced by the tales of Fenimore Cooper. Rhetoric and Representation 265. And depictions of savage practices that had peoples living in such a state of nature as to render them subhuman, and therefore ineligible for consideration in any regime of rights or citizenship. Barbarians, on the other hand, possessed sufficiently well-articulated forms of political organization to be a force to be reckoned with. But their values and practices were such as to make them antagonistic to civilization. This interpretive grid could loosely be thrown over the whole world as well as over Paris itself. The bourgeoisie routinely depicted the workers living on the frontiers of Belleville as savages. Critics of Haussmann on occasion accused him of producing such a result by promoting social segregation. A city whose neighborhoods would be divided between, on the one hand, those blessed with good fortune, wealth, and elegance, and on the other, the population condemned to work for its livelihood, such a city would no longer be a Christian city, it would become a city of barbarians. 8 If the workers were savages, a vile multitude, mere criminal and dangerous classes, as the bourgeoisie was wont to depict them, then 1848 had showed all too clearly the kind of danger they posed and the kind of savagery they had in mind. Victor Hugo, however, proudly proclaimed the workers, the savages of civilization. But the general drift of this association, in 1848 as well as in 1871, was that the forces of civilization and order assumed a moral right to shoot the revolutionaries down like the dogs and savages they were presumed to be. Representing the other of working-class Paris in such racialized terms explains how class war could be conducted with such extraordinary ferocity and violence. It was not uncommon for the aristocracy and monarchists to justify their right to rule in terms of the supposed racial superiority of the Franks over the Gauls. 9 And it was no accident that it was Cavaignac, a general who had learned his trade in the colonial wars against the barbarians in Algeria, who led the ruthlessly violent repression of 1848. Michelet, one of the most influential historians of the time, saw civilization as the product of the struggle of reason, spirit, the West, the male to separate themselves and establish their authority over their origins in nature, matter, the East, the female. Eroticized racist and gendered imagery of this sort, reinforced by painters like Delacroix and many romantic writers, produced what Said calls Orientalism. 10 The Orient was seen as the womb from which civilization had issued forth, but also as the locus of irrational and erotic femininity and the seat of barbaric practices. That imagery remained untouched by the increasing ease of human contact. When Flaubert journeyed up the Nile in 1849, he went, like many before him, with only one thing in mind, to find another home in the voluptuous sensuality of the Oriental woman. His subsequent writings confirmed the image. Hitzman interprets all this as unconscious projections onto aspects of the ancient world of underlying anxieties about the mere terrible. 11 It could also be an expression of deep fears of destructive, castrating female sexuality. It is hard to read Flaubert's Salammbô and his letters to his mother without giving such interpretations some credence. But it is too simple to let matters rest there. 4. as Said points out, the Orient posed threats other than imagined licentious sex, disturbing though that may have been to the bourgeois fantasy of family and its accompanying cult of domesticity. A European and very capitalistic rationality of time, space, and personal identity confronted unimaginable antiquity, inhuman beauty, boundless distance. Michelet and the Saint Simonians thus justified the penetration of the Orient by railroads, canals, and commerce, and the domination of an irrational Orient in the name of a superior Enlightenment rationality. The submission of East to West was as necessary to the progress of civilization as the submission of female to male authority and control. In L'Argent Zola had a fictional Saccard set out to transform the Orient according to Western standards and Western commercial and capitalistic ideals. 12 Flaubert, however, did not take this tack. Critical of bourgeois values and culture, he used the myth of the Orient, as did the many avid readers of tales of harems, princes, and the Arabian Nights in the penny press, to explore the other in his own personality and the underside of bourgeois culture. Reflecting on his Egyptian journey, he wrote, "The thing we all lack is not style, nor the dexterity of finger and bow known as talent. We have a large orchestra, a rich palette, a variety of resources. We know more tricks and dodges, probably, than were ever known before. No, what we lack is the intrinsic principle, the soul of the thing, the very idea of the subject. We take notes, we make journeys, emptiness. Emptiness. We become scholars, archaeologists, historians, doctors, cobblers, people of taste. What is the good of all that? Where is the heart, the verve, the sap? Where to start out from? Where to go? We're good at sucking, we play a lot of tongue games, we pet for hours, but the real thing. To ejaculate, beget the child." 13. So what, then, could the very idea of the subject be? Traveling makes one modest, Flaubert observed. Remarkably, he did not appropriate the idea of the Orient for himself. He saw through the myth of it as a peculiarly Western neurosis. In his novel Salammbô, with its Orientalist setting, he dramatically prophesied the searing rage of male hysteria that erupted in the violence of the 1871 Commune. But such modes of interpretation were not universal. Elisée Reclus, for example, sought a very different kind of geographical understanding of the world than did Michelet or Flaubert. Reclus believed in the potential harmony not only of man with nature but also of all the different cultures that populated the earth. Behind that there lay a utopian vision. Humanity, until now divided into distinct currents, will be no more than a single river, and, reunited into a single flow, we will descend together toward the great sea where all life will lose itself and be renovated. Free of the psychodrama imposed by the progressive Michelet, this admirer of Proudhon, fellow conspirator with Bakunin, participant in the Commune, and future collaborator with Kropotkin, produced a geographical vision that had all the flavor of the Parisian craft workers' optimistic mutualism. He supported the International Working Men's Association's project to unite workers of the world in common struggle. Reclus's geographical thought, presented in voluminous writings from the 1860s, provides a different way of understanding and presenting the other in the full splendor of personal dignity and potential harmony. 14. This was far more consistent with the view from the Paris workshop than the racially charged imperialism characteristic of the affluent salons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. The case of Orientalism illustrates, however, a general point. The same processes that increased knowledge of the world rendered its misrepresentation all the more likely. Images of the city-country and Paris province's relation within a changing national economy of space were confused by class interests and prejudices. While it had long been fashionable to affect a certain denial of rural and provincial life in bourgeois circles, the country was the secure base for a lot of those unearned revenues that circulated into Paris. The country also appeared as a peaceful haven of submission and reaction, compared to the rebellious incoherence of Paris. That was where the threatened bourgeois fled when matters got out of hand, and it was from there that the Army and National Guard were mobilized to crush Parisian revolts in 1848 and 1871. Provincial France was the secure if invisible rock upon which Parisian life and French politics were founded. Bucolic images of rurality in the novels of George Sand reassured. Even the Figure 96 relations between the countryside and the city were changing rapidly as the new modes of communication came into being and as housemen set out to annex large tracts of the suburbs into Paris. In this Daumier cartoon, two peasants celebrate the fact that they have suddenly become Parisians. Worker poets whom she encouraged appeared naive enough in their socialism to be unthreatening. The extensive rural resistance to the coup d'état of 1851 came, therefore, as a shock. It indicated class relations, discontent, and revolutionary sentiment in the countryside. And Paris, capital of modernity 268. This was the sentiment that Courbet brought to the Salon of 1851, particularly in his painting Burial at Ornans. The trouble was that he rendered explicit the class relations in rural and provincial France, and did so with a fierce realism that earned him the name of the Proudhon of painting. 15. It was from that countryside, rich with the ambiguities of its own class experience, that new workers poured into Paris, carrying with them from Limousin, Creuse, and Var, from Saint-Étienne and Doux, their own particular brands of revolutionary sentiment. Many a leader of the workers' movement of 1868 to 1871 had, like Varlin, provincial and rural origins. But by the end of the Second Empire there was also a strange reversal. Even the popular classes could take excursions to the countryside, a frontier where the commodification of access to nature as a consumption good was becoming as important as the search for open land for new industrial and housing development. 16. It was in this environment that the Impressionists did so much of their work. The interior transformation of Paris and the beginnings of suburbanization were likewise perceived and understood through political lenses. Subsequent commentators have replicated the consequent ambiguities without always understanding them. On the one hand, Berman treats Baudelaire's The Eyes of the Poor as an image of how housemen's boulevards inadvertently broke down the self-enclosed and hermetically sealed world of traditional urban poverty, thus making a fact of the misery that was once a mystery. On the other hand, many saw increasing spatial segregation due to housemanization as the crux of the problem. Both propositions may be true. The construction of an extroverted, public, and collectivized style of urbanism under the Second Empire altered the balance between public and private spaces in the city. Public investments were organized around private gain, and public spaces were appropriated for private use. Exteriors became interiors for the bourgeoisie, while panoramas, dioramas, and photography brought the exterior into the interior. 17. The boulevards lit by gas lights, dazzling shop window displays, and cafes open to the street became, as we have seen, corridors of homage to the power of money and commodities, play spaces for the bourgeoisie. When Baudelaire's lover in The Eyes of the Poor suggests the proprietor send the ragged man and his children packing, it is the sense of proprietorship over public space that is really significant, rather than the all too familiar encounter with poverty. The irony, of course, was that the new means of communication and illumination opened up the city to scrutiny in a way that had not been possible before. The urban space was experienced, therefore, in a radically different way. Frédéric Moreau, the hero of Flaubert's sentimental education, moves from space to space in Paris and its suburbs, collecting experiences of quite different qualities as he goes. The sensation of space is quite different from that in Balzac. The same disaggregations may be there, but what is special is the way that Frédéric moves so freely, even into and out of the spaces of the 1848 revolution. He glides as easily from space to space and relationship to relationship as money and commodities change hands. And he does so with the same cynicism and lassitude. Yet there is a hidden bound in Frédéric's wanderings, in much the same way that the circulation of money concentrates in certain zones rather than in others. Frédéric has no reason to be in Belleville or even in the parts of eastern Paris where artisanal industry holds sway. It is solely in bourgeois Rhetoric and Representation 269. Paris and its environs that Frederick moves. For Flaubert, the segregations were so naturalized as to be almost unnoticeable, and it would take the ethnographic inquiries of Zola to bring them back into the heart of literature. The bourgeoisie did not welcome encounters with the other of the working or dangerous classes. And they had another fear: the crowd might hide subversive elements or suddenly become an unruly mob. The fears were well grounded. Prostitutes circulated easily within the crowds along the boulevards, in defiance of all police attempts to control and evict them. When Blanqui decided to review his secret army, the word went out, and 2,000 troops, all unknown to each other and to him, paraded past him in the midst of a crowd on the Champ de Mars that did not even notice. 18 spaces, and the crowd had to be controlled if the bourgeoisie was to maintain its class position and power. The dilemma in 1868 to 1871, as in 1848, was that the Republican bourgeoisie had to open its space in order to achieve its own revolution. Weakened, it could not resist the rising pressure of the working class and revolutionary movements. It was for this reason that the reoccupation of central Paris by the popular classes, the descent from Belleville, took on such symbolic importance. For it occurred in a context where the poor and the working class were being chased, in imagination as well as in fact, from the strategic spaces and even off the boulevards now viewed as bourgeois interiors. The more space was opened up physically, the more it had to be partitioned and closed off through social practices of forced ghettoization and racially charged exclusions. Zola, writing in retrospect, presents as closed those same Parisian spaces that Flaubert had seen as open. Thus did the geographical imagination of the bourgeoisie seek to impose socio-spatial exclusions and order upon the spaces that Haussmann's works had opened up. Centralization and decentralization. The relations between a traditionally centralized state, civil society, and individual liberties had long been the fulcrum of French political debate. Monarchy and religion had made common cause around the idea of respect for authority within a hierarchically ordered state and civil society. The Jacobins looked to a strong, centralized power but sought to root its legitimacy in the sovereign will of a people liberated from hierarchy in civil society. They attacked the workers' corporations that restrained the liberty of labor with the same vehemence they attacked religion. The Second Empire tried to have the best of both worlds, using universal suffrage to legitimize the emperor, from whom all authority then flowed. But there were strong currents of criticism of such forms of centralization. An English visitor considered the political system a coarse form of communism and wondered how his compatriots could so laud the practical application of a doctrine that, in its theoretical form, smites them with so much horror. 19. The enemies of empire increasingly focused their attacks, therefore, upon its excessive centralization. Much depended, however, upon whether it was economic, political, or territorial centralization of power that was the focus of complaint. The Second Empire saw the state enhance direct economic control and indirect economic influence through the formation of strong institutions for the centralization of capital. The connection between the Père Ayres and Haussmann was typical of an organizational form close to state monopoly or finance capitalism. Because they controlled banking, transport, communications, the press, urban services, and property speculation, there were few arenas of economic life outside the orbit of finance capital and the state. This sparked debate over the nature of capitalism and the relative virtues of competition and monopoly. The debate pitted what might loosely be called Saint-Simonian ideology and practice against the doctrines of the free market economists. While the Saint-Simonians never developed a coherent economic theory, they did cultivate an attitude of mind that, being both pragmatic and broadly oriented to social questions, led many of them to adapt their ideas, albeit always around the general theme of production, in diverse ways. The emperor may have entered the empire as Saint Simon on horseback, but he left it as a liberal free trader. Chevalier, an original member of the sect and then professor of economics, negotiated the free trade agreement with Britain in 1860 and then embraced liberalism. And the practices of the Père Ayres evolved in pragmatic and often self-interested ways. But Saint-Simonian doctrine gave legitimacy to imperial economic policy and the centralization of capital. Free market economists like Bastiat and Say, by contrast, advocated greater market liberty and competition. As private property rights were reasserted against state power in Paris in the late 1850s, and as fears of the pariah's power mounted, free market ideology was mobilized as part of an attack upon imperial policy. In the hands of industrialists or bankers like Rothschild, the arguments appeared hypocritical and self-serving. But the 1860s saw a growing consensus, within both the bourgeoisie and the workers' movement, that the excessive centralization of economic power had to be checked. Though the solutions they might offer were very different, a powerful class alliance could form around the theme of opposition to the further centralization of capital. The downfall of the pariahs and of Haussmann, the transition to liberal empire, and the increasing credibility of the economists testified to the growing power of that alliance. The question of political decentralization stirred similar passions. The Second Empire produced a tightly controlled hierarchy of power from the emperor down to the prefects and sub-prefects, appointed mayors and local councils, appointed heads of mutual benefit societies, worker-employer commissions, and the like. Local democracy was negligible. But local autonomy outside of Paris was partly protected by inaccessibility. The new transport and communications system, often pushed hard by local elites, had the ironic effect of making central government control easier and thus reducing local autonomy. Increasing spatial integration was accompanied by a rising clamor for some degree of local self-government. Legitimists, Orleanists, Republicans, and Socialists all took to championing the cause of local liberties during the 1860s. All of them, even the Bonapartists, trumpeted the importance of the Commune as a central political institution. But Bonapartists supported it as a local vehicle for central administration, Royalists supported it, provided it empowered local notables and the clergy, Republicans supported it, as a central institution of local democracy, Communists supported it because it was within the Commune. Rhetoric and Representation 271. That political solidarities were formed, and mutualists like Proudhon supported it as the basis of federal governance. Historians debated it endlessly, usually through discussion of the relative merits of the Jacobin Robespierre and the more democratically minded Girondists, almost always coming down on the side of the latter. By the late 1860s, decentralization had assumed all the appearances of a national crusade. It certainly became the centerpiece of attack against Haussmann. It is hard to differentiate, however, between purely opportunistic arguments of those out of power and deeply held beliefs of someone like Proudhon, who looked to the withering away of the state through the federation of independent and autonomous associations as his ideal, and who in any case saw political reorganization as irrelevant in the absence of a fundamental reorganization of production against the centralization of capital. But whatever the basis, the fight for political decentralization was real enough, and it put the question of self-government for Paris squarely on the agenda. The fact that hardly anyone was against the idea of the Commune was to play a crucial role in the way so many disparate forces rallied to support the Paris Commune of 1871. But that posed another problem. For was not Paris, as Haussmann insisted, centralization itself? Fearful of the immense centralization of economic, political, administrative, and cultural power in Paris, many a provincial who supported decentralization demurred when it came to self-government for so influential a city, one that had also been prone to radical if not red political leanings. And there were many in the Parisian bourgeoisie, like Thiers, who shared those fears. This was the sort of coalition that behaved in such an inflammatory way toward the Paris Commune. Nonetheless, there were many Parisians who supported the cause of decentralization but who also proudly held that Paris was the head, the brain, and the heart of Europe, a view which may explain, an English visitor wryly observed, why Europe sometimes plays such strange antics. 21 Proudhon thus wanted Paris to discard the crown of capital but nevertheless to take the lead as a free and independent commune in the crusade for a federated nation. Blanqui agreed that the revolution had to begin in Paris, but, Jacobin that he was, he thought of a revolutionary Paris conquering, ruling over, and bringing enlightenment to the backward provincials. That Blanquists and Mutualists fought side by side to create and defend the Commune was, therefore, nowhere nearly as odd as it may have seemed. Clearly, there was a sense in which the Commune was arising for municipal liberty. That it was exclusively so in the social democratic sense, as Greenberg argues, or that it was purely about community and in no way about class, as Gould insists, is, however, beyond the bounds of credibility. Certainly, different factions saw the Commune very differently. For Mutualists and Communists, it was the shield behind which they could begin their more solid work of reorganizing production, distribution, and consumption, in alliance with other movements in other centers. For the Blanquists it was the first step in the political liberation of France, if not the world. For the Republican mayors of the arrondissements, it was the first step in integrating parts into a Republican system of government and, if necessary, a defensive weapon to be used against monarchist reaction. For all of them it was easier to define what the Commune was against than what it was for. And the paradox, of course, was that the strong sentiment for decentralization in the Paris, capital of modernity 272 provinces could so easily be mobilized to crush a movement of decentralization within a city where so much power was centralized. 2 cities, 2 peoples. 4 o'clock. The other Paris awakes, the Paris of work. The 2 cities hardly know each other, the one that rises at midday and the one that beds down at 8. They rarely look each other in the eye and then all too often only on the sad and somber days of revolution. They live far from each other, they speak a different language. There is no love lost between them, they are 2 peoples. 22. No matter how intricate the class structure and the division of social space in actuality, the simplistic image of Paris as a city divided into 2 classes and 2 spaces erupts again and again in representations of the time. It was an image with a long history. Before 1848, the other Paris was seen in terms of dangerous classes, whose utter destitution sometimes inspired pity, but more often horror, disgust, and loathing. Terms like savage and barbarian, and epithets like animal, gave racial coloration to bourgeois imagery, justifying the murderous violence with which the bourgeoisie often approached workers and the impoverished. 23. Equality asserted itself triumphantly, wrote Flaubert of 1848, an equality of brute beasts, a common level of bloody atrocities, for the fanaticism of the rich counterbalanced the frenzy of the poor, the aristocracy shared the fury of the rabble, and the cotton nightcap was just as savage as the red bonnet. 24. Though 1848 may have proved there were differences between the laboring and the dangerous classes, it had also promised, then denied, real political power to the workers. Power shifted relatively permanently, as it turned out to the bourgeois side of the barricades. Thereafter, many in the bourgeoisie felt free to tar all those who had been on the other side with the same brush. The imagery previously applied to the dangerous classes now clung not only to the laboring classes but even to their defenders, like Blanqui. Furthermore, everyone knew where the barricades had been erected, what part of the city belonged to the other. A barricade makes for a simple dividing line. The experience of 1848 lived on in simplified, polarized representations of social and physical space. Bourgeois representations of what existed on the other side were colored by the nature of their contacts. Most of the haute bourgeoisie were either economically inactive or in government service, and the economically active tended to concentrate in high finance. Industrialists who actually dealt with workers were few and far between, and in any case were considered inferior. Yet Paris was a working-class city, increasingly organized so that the conspicuous consumers could, as Lazare put it, long savor the taste of the honey without being troubled by the buzzing of the bees. 25. The imagery of what existed on the other side was not built out of human contact, save casual and usually unfortunate street encounters. The reports of bourgeois reformers on conditions in working-class Paris fueled rather than assuaged the imagery by dwelling upon the destitution and degradation. Living in such animal conditions, could the people be anything other than animals? That sort of racial reasoning was not far from the surface in influential circles and filtered with ease into literary representations. It was standard fare in response to the Commune. In all cities, wrote the poet Théophile Gautier, there were closed caverns for wild animals, stinking beasts, venomous beasts, all the refractory perversities that civilization has been unable to tame, those who love blood, who are as amused by burning down as by fireworks, who delight in thievery, those for whom attacks against decency pass for gestures of love, all the monsters of the heart and the crippled of spirit, a population from another world, unused to daylight, craving trapped in the depths of subterranean shadows. One day, when the animal tamer inadvertently leaves his keys in the gate of this zoo, these ferocious creatures go about a terrified city with savage cries. The cages open, the hyenas of 93 and the gorillas of the Commune pour forth. 26. The venomous violence of such sentiments was all too common. It is hard to read influential journals like the Revue des Deux Mondes during the 1860s without blanching. And the violence has a curious quality to it, rather as if there is an inner longing to Paris, capital of modernity 274. Exorcise a devil, to burn out some excruciating sore on society, to seek some ultimate denouement, a catharsis. There are but three beings worthy of respect, the priest, the warrior, and the poet, wrote Baudelaire, to know, to kill, and to create. Flaubert confessed that the riot was the only thing he understood in politics. I despise modern tyranny because it seems to me stupid, weak, and without the courage of its convictions. He added, I have a deep cult of ancient tyranny which I regard as mankind's finest manifestation. 27. The scenes of murderous violence toward conquered people in Salammbô led to accusations of sadism. But it was exactly such scenes that were to be acted out against the Commune, a brutal bloodletting justified by Goncourt as a bleeding white by killing off the combative Reds. Fearfully recalling the Reign of Terror, it seems the bourgeoisie built images and representations to justify launching its own preemptive terror against the other Paris. Revolutionaries, particularly those drawn from the ranks of students and la bohème, played the image in reverse. They saw the workers as noble, skilled, self-reliant, intelligent, generous, and capable of leadership. Their other Paris, to the west, was populated by speculators, stock exchange wolves, rentiers, parasites, and vampires, who sucked the lifeblood of the workers and destroyed their dignity and self-respect. Crushed under the burden of the idle rich, working-class Paris had every right to rise up in revolution. The Blanquists took that idea even farther. They saw Paris as the revolutionary hearth from which liberation had to spread not only to the rest of France but to the rest of the world, as it had in 1789. It was, furthermore, in the other Paris, more particularly in Belleville and the quarter of Père Lachaise, that the revolution would have its origin. 28. It was into this quarter that those with Blanquist sympathies, like the influential Gustave Flourens, moved to cultivate their revolutionary base. And there is more than a hint of that same sense of violent revolutionary catharsis in the Blanquist rhetoric. Not everyone was caught in such polarized imagery. Yet even those who sought to soften its edges often ended up reinforcing the general argument. Contemporary writers like Audiguin, Corbin, and Pilat at least had intimate contact with the Parisian workers and provide us with a composite character sketch. Writes Audiguin, Paris workers are extremely sociable, open, with grand ideas and strong philanthropic concerns, expressed as mutual aid and reciprocal tolerance. On the other hand, they have an irresistible taste for dissipation and expenditure, an ardent thirst for pleasure, and a passionate love of change. They participate in riots with the same enthusiasm as they do in fêtes, delighted to break the monotony of their daily life without concern for the consequences. The cult of equality and nationality is their hallmark. 29. The irresponsibility of Parisian workers was, of course, anathema to the rather puritanical radical bourgeoisie. But many commentators who knew them, like the socialist Vallas, who moved to working-class Paris out of sympathy for the oppressed, were amazed at the warmth and generosity they found there. All the more reason, therefore, to regret both the polarization of opinion and the weight of oppression. Rhetoric and Representation 275. That fell on working-class Paris. But in arguing for relief of the latter, reformers could not help but reinforce the former. Corbin lamented the perpetuation and deepening of class divisions and argued that although the poor did not resent wealth as such, their own perilous condition, taken together with the increasing affluence of the rich, was certain to pose a threat to the security of the wealthy. That threat, moreover, had a geopolitical expression. The transformation of Paris, having forcibly removed the working population from the center towards the extremities, has made two cities of the capital, one rich, one poor. The deprived classes form an immense cordon around the well-off. Lazare resorted to the same threatening imagery. The flood of poverty rose in Belleville, he wrote, while the river of luxury flowed at full crest in the new quarters of Paris. 30. The haute bourgeoisie suspected, with good reason, that the Reds were submerging themselves in that flood of poverty in Belleville. To the degree that they could not and would not even set foot in the place, such accounts could only exacerbate their fears. There dwelt the dregs of the people, editorialized newspapers like Le Figaro and Le Moniteur. There you found, wrote the journalist Sarcey, the deepest depths of poverty and of hatred, where ferments of envy, of sloth, and anger, bubble without cease. 31. Communists, capitalists, and the dream of association. Feared though he was by the bourgeoisie, Blanqui never succeeded in establishing a mass base within the working class. Indeed, there were periods when he seemed totally without influence, except as a remote, uncompromising, and incarcerated symbol. Only in the 1860s did the Blanquist movement spring to life, and then mainly among militant, atheist intellectuals, and students, drawn to the nobility of his suffering and the purity of his cause. 32. During the active class struggles of 1868 to 1871, the Blanquists, partly out of their dedicated concern for education and their willingness to swim in the rivers of poverty that flowed in the other Paris, did acquire an important following. Their lack of mass influence was partly a matter of choice. The experience of 1848 and the foundation of empire through universal suffrage made them suspicious of mass democracy under conditions of ignorance and bourgeois domination of the instruments of mass communication. Their roots in the pure forms of the French revolutionary tradition held them to an insurrectionary Jacobin politics. Under conditions of tight police surveillance, this meant the formation of closed cells, impenetrable to infiltration but also closed to mass participation. Dictatorship of the proletariat through insurrectionary violence was their aim. Their influence was also checked by circumstances of class structure that did not fit easily with the message they sought to convey. While insurrection against a state apparatus controlled by the haute bourgeoisie made a great deal of sense, it could not address the question of the organization of work in a city where the small workshop and the put-and-gout system dominated, and where the line between capital and labor in production was still somewhat blurred even by the end of empire. The Parisian workshops had, in fact, been fertile breeding grounds, as we saw in Chapter 2, for all kinds of socialist, communalist, and communist ideologies ever since the early 1830s, and they continued to be so. The communist slogan, "From each according to his capacity and to each according to his need," sounded seductive to the mass of the impoverished, and had a powerful hold among craft workers faced with insecurity of employment and the ravages of technological change. But the communists were, as Corbin noted, of two sorts. There were those who sought to impose their system on the whole of society through an increase in state power vis-à-vis private property. They had looked in 1848 to the formation of national workshops as a prelude to state ownership, a guaranteed right to work, and equality of distribution. From this standpoint, socialists like Louis Blanc, Raspail, and Barbes could make common cause with Blanqui to seize state power in the abortive movements of April 16 and May 15, 1848. Others, like the Cabetists and the Fourierists, sought to live out their doctrines in their own daily lives, hoping by their example to persuade people of the virtues of collective organization and communism. After the frustration of 1848, these latter groups chose emigration or were forced into exile, mostly to the United States, as their only hope. Proudhon, however, drew quite different conclusions from the experience of 1848. He felt the insurrectionary movements offered nothing but the replacement of one regime of repression and domination by another. The problem of work could not be solved through political channels. The state was the enemy no matter who controlled it. This put Proudhon at odds not only with Blanquists and communists but also with all those who saw the political republic as a necessary prelude to social change. The struggle to liberate the worker was to begin in the workshop with the implementation of practical plans rather than utopian schemes. Cooperation and mutualism meant a new conception of workers' democracy in the labor process, and it was to be backed by mutual credit and banking, mutual insurance and benefit societies, cooperative housing schemes, and the like. The virtue of such a program was that it avoided state intervention and could lay a basis for the withering away of the state. Just as important, it could bypass class confrontation in the workshops and rally small masters to the cause. Proudhon supported private property in housing, retailing, and so forth, provided it was open to all, objected to strikes and unions, and was suspicious of the idea of association, since by 1860 it was becoming part of an ideology of class struggle. His ideas were influential. We thus find Clement, the shoemaker's representative to the Workers' Commission of 1867, defying and condemning those who looked to strikes, class struggle, and other forms of confrontation to advance the workers' cause. 33 The power of private property could be undermined and class struggle avoided, he argued, by laborers working in solidarity, coming together, learning to know each other, living in the family, building up their own capital and thus eliminating the power of external ownership over their lives. But within the debates that swirled around the organization of labor in Second Empire Paris, one concept exercised a peculiar power and fascination: association. It acquired its central position in part because of its deep roots in tradition but also by virtue of its ambiguity. It had been central to Saint-Simonian thought in the 1830s as well as to the Rhetoric and Representation 277. Fourierism and workers' socialism that cut their teeth in the same period. Initially it was an idea that sought to overcome class conflict and the social anarchy, selfish greed, and social inequalities engendered by private property capitalism. In the hands of the Saint-Simonians, it meant the association of all capitals, great and small, mobilized to such productive and socially desirable ends that the whole of civil society, including the workers themselves, would be embraced within the harmony of social progress. The Fouriers were schooled in that ideology in the 1830s and put it to use in the 1850s to try to construct a kind of democratic state monopoly capitalism. The idea of association therefore had a certain legitimacy and was actively supported by the government. Even Marx, who mocked the idea that the association of capitals could do anything other than spark orgies of speculation, conceded that it might constitute a form of transition to a new mode of production, thus endowing the Fouriers with the pleasant character mixture of swindler and prophet. 34 In the hands of the workers' movement, the idea underwent a significant evolution. In its earliest manifestations in the 1830s, it meant producer associations, mutual benefit societies, and other forms of which Proudhon was later to approve. But repression followed by the ravages of technological change and capitalist exploitation later turned association into a code word for class and corporatist resistance. The first sense seems to have remained dominant in Paris at least until 1848 to 1851. The Provisional Government Decree of 1848 that guaranteed the right to work also guaranteed the right of workers to associate in order to enjoy the legitimate benefits of their labor. The phrase is ambiguous. Does it mean the right to form trade unions or the right to found producer cooperatives? In practice, it rallied all those craft workers who, understanding that wealth was founded on labor, saw the free association of workers in production as the means to capture the benefits of their own labor and simultaneously to ensure the peaceful reorganization of society under the control of the direct producers. 35 The vicious repression of all forms of worker organization in 1851 drove such hopes underground, from whence Proudhon strove to resurrect them in their voluntaristic rather than state-directed form. But Corbin thought the idea steadily lost ground after 1848, not as a noble vision of some socialist future, but as a practical matter. Given the reorganization of the labor process and the increasing schism between capital and labor in Parisian industry, collective means had to be found to resist the descaling of labor and sagging real incomes. Corbin noted the revival of corporatist sentiments during the 1860s and the mobilization of corporatist forms to defend working-class interests and to challenge the liberty of labor markets. 36 Association then meant the right to form unions to negotiate collectively regarding wage rates and work conditions. The two meanings ran alongside by side in the late 1860s. Liberty of association was one of the demands of all workers at the Workers' Commission meetings of 1867. But they either meant different things by it or consciously chose to straddle the ambiguity in order to make good political use of it. In 1869, Moylan published a utopian tract, Paris NL in 2000. 37 A dedicated and learned doctor, he had acquired a significant reputation for his care of the poor in the first arrondissement during the cholera epidemics. During the 1860s he became enamored of a socialist future based on order and social justice, and at times ran into difficulty with the authorities because of his ideas. He envisaged a socialist government that would reshape the city by the year 2000 to promote the well-being of all. The state would own all the property, eliminating property speculation and landlordism. The reshaping of the city was placed in the hands of architects, who would remove dilapidated slums and unhygienic structures. But the process would be gradual and avoid the brutality and class biases of Haussmann's demolitions. The urban fabric would ultimately be dominated by structures reminiscent of Fourier's phalanstères, square blocks of housing with a central space of gardens and courtyards for social and common activities. Connectivity within the city would be assured by second-floor arcades linked together with bridges and passages and serviced with elevators. This provided connected shopping and walking spaces and a sheltered system of communication for the whole of the urban population. Workshops were located on the ground floor and, light and airy in design, ensured work under the very best environmental conditions. The whole of the Ile de la Cite and the Ile Saint Louis were occupied by an immense structure, the Palais International, into which flowed aerial railways and which functioned as a reception station into something like a permanent world exposition to celebrate universal fraternity and the unity of humanity. Here also were located government functions and a temple of socialism that was the center of ritual and worship in the new order. Innumerable civic activities took place here through which a sense of identity with the city was forged for everyone. A balcony high up on this structure permitted people to look out over the whole city and appreciate its unity. Immense columns surrounding the palace supported a huge covering dome, made practicable by the new architecture in glass and iron. By the year 2000, income inequality had been much reduced and, thanks to public ownership, equality had entered into the organization of work. Social habits of generosity, mutual support, and equality of engagement had been achieved by reforms in education and apprenticeship. Ownership of property was rare, rents were modest, and housing blocks were characterized by the greatest possible diversity of people. Domestic service had been abolished. Many women worked according to their aptitudes, but they still did not have political rights and the family was still the basis of the social order. The intellectual world was marked by lively discussions and debates within the Academy of Paris. The strong taste for exhibitions, balls, concerts, theaters, journals, and for competition and achievement of marks of distinction, continued to be an important feature of cultural life. Huge cafes. Rhetoric and Representation 279. Were centers of sociality and conversation. Parisians had not forgotten how to pursue their pleasures, and the arts of the lounger and the flaneur were much appreciated. As Benjamin noted rather dismissively, Moylan not only derived much from Fourier but envisaged the ideal city largely in terms of consumption and democratized fate imperial rather than of organized production. The art of utopian thought, so thoroughly crushed in 1848, was here resuscitated 20 years later. Moylan was to play a very minor part in the Commune of 1871. He was an acting mayor of his arrondissement for the first 3 days in March. But he was arrested by the Versailles forces on May 27, brought before a summary court-martial in the Luxembourg Gardens, and instantly condemned to death, not because of his actions, the judgment said, but because he was one of the leaders of the Socialist Party, dangerous through his talents, his character, and his influence over the masses, one of those men, in short, of whom a prudent and wise government must rid itself when it finds a legitimate occasion to do so. 38 He was given a respite of 12 hours to marry his pregnant companion, and then shot in the gardens on the morning of May 28, 1871. Gender, Sexuality, and Revolution. Shortly before the Commune, Edmond de Goncourt noted in his journal, "They speak of the nervous over-excitation of women, of the fear of having to suppress riots of women." After the Commune that fear became a legend of sinister females, of Amazons and viragos, inspiring and inflaming men by their obscene and unashamed immodesty, clothing undone, their bosoms almost bare, inciting and leading the torching of Paris. Contemplating the bodies of women dragged from houses and barricades and summarily shot, Houssaye wrote, "Not one of these women had a human face, only the image of crime and vice. They were bodies without souls, deserving of 1,000 deaths, even before having touched the petrol. There is only one word to portray them, hideous." 39 This imagery of the bestiality and barbarism of women in the midst of riot and revolution, of the role of women incendiaries in the Commune, lived powerfully on, even though the military tribunals could find hardly any evidence for it and not for want of trying. 40 Zola, drawing heavily upon Maxime Duchamp's descriptions of the Commune, inserted into Germinal a horrendous scene of lynching and castration of the village shopkeeper by enraged women. Images of this sort were far from uncommon. They can be traced throughout the whole of the Second Empire. What, then, was this all about? The connection between women, liberty, and the Republic had long been in the making. The imagery was so powerful that the manner in which women were depicted became, as we have seen, a tense focus of iconographic rivalry. In the June days of 1848, the London Examiner reported an incident that reads like a reenactment of Delacroix's painting Liberty Leading the People. One of the females, a young woman neatly dressed, picked up the flag, and, leaping over the barricade, rushed towards the National Guards, uttering language of provocation. A shot reached her and she was killed. The other female then advanced, took the flag, and began to throw stones at the National Guards, killed the second female. Victor Hugo recorded the same incident. But he called both the women prostitutes, beautiful, disheveled, terrifying. Uttering obscenities, they pulled up their dresses to the waist, crying, "Cowards! Fire, if you dare, at the belly of a woman." That was how this war began, adds Hugo somberly. 41 De Tocqueville, as we have seen, likewise gave vent to all the bourgeois fears of the unsubmissive and uncontrollable woman as an agent of revolution, and Flaubert's depiction of the prostitute posing as liberty in the Tuileries in 1848 continued the tradition. On the other side of the English Channel, Charles Dickens propagated the same idea in his portrayal of Madame Defarge and La Vengeance in A Tale of Two Cities. Events of the sort that Hugo describes put the allegory into motion. And the symbolism was surely not lost, had not the Republic shot down liberty on the barricades. The iconography thereafter split along lines exactly demarcated by the distinction between the social and the political republic. The cautious Republic of Order and Reconciliation needed a quite different representation from the impetuous and rebellious image of the People's Republic. It began to look as if soon the camps of those clad in workers' clothes would have one republic with a red cap and a gaping bodice, while the camp of dark-suited gentlemen would have another, a ladylike republic behuddled with foliage and draped in robes from top to toe. 42 After 1848, the respectable Republicans set out to domesticate the image. The workers clung to a more revolutionary image. They formed Marianist conspiracies mainly in rural areas, although one was broken up in Paris in 1855. The emancipation of women, the nationalization of land and all that lies therein, and guarantees of adequate living, employment, and education for all were part of its program. Such sentiments evidently died hard. When women observers came to the Workers' Commission of 1867, a worker was moved to cry out, "Madam, on seeing you enter, I believed I saw liberty enter." Whenever women sit down with men at these meetings, there commences the reign of liberty and justice. Vive la femme! Vive la liberté! 43 That women belonged exclusively in the home was a fiercely held belief among the bourgeoisie. Even radical Republicans, like Michelet, and socialists espoused it. Proudhon's notes for pornocratie contain every cruelly reactionary notion ever used against female emancipation by the most extreme anti-feminist. 44 Reinforced by a cult of domesticity, its material underpinnings lay in a conception of marriage as a business enterprise, in the increasing separation of workplace from residence, and in the crucial importance of a well-managed domestic economy to bourgeois success. It also had much to do with a system of property and inheritance that made the habits and morals of the aristocracy impractical except under conditions of enormous wealth. Bourgeois Republicans were trapped between the specter of collapse into the dissolute ways of the working class and the noblesse oblige of the aristocracy. For them, control over women was deemed essential to the preservation of class position. What is more, most women seem to have accepted that equation. Even George Sand took to lauding the virtues of the family in the 1860s, and after the Commune felt free to direct the most vitriolic barbs against the communards, even though she had never stirred from her rural estate. Those women like de Harcourt who dissented were not paid much attention, and there was little sign of an independent feminist politics. The question of women's suffrage did not come up. Only toward the end of empire did a group of Paris, capital of modernity 282. Women begin to speak out on women's rights and organize groups such as the Union de Femmes that played such an important role in the Commune. 45 It is tempting to speculate on the social psychological meaning of all this. The image of liberty as a terrifying and uncontrollable woman of the sort de Tocqueville encountered, worse still, a public whore in a phallocratic society where the preservation of bourgeois private property and class position depended on the control of women, must have shaken the bourgeois male psyche to the core. Manet's representations of women seem to have provoked bourgeois wrath precisely because the women appeared to be common prostitutes with an insufficiently submissive gaze. 46 Hertz suggests that castration fears combined with class antagonism to produce male hysteria under political pressure. 47 It is hard to explain the extraordinary violence of male rhetoric against women who participated in revolutionary action in any other way. It is hard even to grapple with conventional Republican representations. Michelet's La Femme, first published in 1859, was a very influential tract by a celebrated Republican historian. When the Workers' Commission of 1867 turned its attention to women, a certain Dr. Dupas spelled out a crude version of Michelet's ideas at length. The woman, he argued, is not equal to the man in physical strength, intellect, moral concerns, or devotion to public affairs, but her love and devotion as wife and mother surpass 1,000-fold anything that men are capable of. Men are representatives of civilization, and women are creatures of nature. The opposition between men and women could have a creative or a destructive resolution. In the absence of male restraint, the unclean side of woman's nature could dominate and erupt into violent hysteria. Woman at work and outside the restraint of men, Dupas continued, put a moral blot on society. This unhappy situation exposed society to the degradation and hysteria produced in the workshop. The only positive resolution lay in the union of male and female under the domination of men. But it was essential that the woman be given respect and sympathy. And here was the crux of Michelet's message. The woman was to be cast in the role of suffering Madonna, whose natural burdens could be relieved and whose infinite capacity for love and devotion could be released only under conditions of respectful and paternalistic male control. 48. It is significant, I think, that not a single worker spoke up in support of such a view, and most condemned it outright. Jules Simon also appeared before the Workers' Commission, but he took a quite different tack. He deplored the fact that women worked, since that tended to destroy the family, led to the neglect of children, and deprived the man of a stable, caring, and loving home environment where he could replenish his body and his soul. Some way had to be found to preserve the family. Yet Simon knew that for most of the working class, women's work was a necessity. He also knew that industry needed women's labor power. He attacked the idea that women should be banned from the workplace on the grounds that this interfered with the precious liberty and that women needed employment. The problem was to find respectable and well-remunerated employment and so to prevent the slide into debauchery and prostitution. The answer lay in free education provided by the state. This would allow women to increase the value of their labor power at the same time that they would improve their skills as educators within the family. The educational reforms of the late 1860s did open up this possibility, and apparently were appreciated by workers and even the more militant feminists. Simon was popular enough to draw a massive working-class vote for his election in 1869, and his ideas were appreciated by militant feminists. But as several workers pointed out at the commission meetings, the improved education of women would increase the range of jobs for which women could compete and would push wages down. Simon did indeed have the support of the industrial interest, who saw merit in his proposals from their own standpoint. 49. So what did workers think? Fribourg, a member of the International, spoke up at the Workers' Commission for what was probably the majority, echoing Proudhon. The latter held that women belonged at home, under the authority of men. Though there was more than a touch of misogyny in Proudhon's writings, worker sentiment did not rest on the kinds of arguments that Michelet or Dupas advanced. It drew, in the first instance, on a tradition in which the man had the legal and moral right to dispose of the family labor power. It also drew upon the desire to protect the family and the authority of the male as the grand provider. Men should therefore be paid more than women. But in Second Empire Paris it was also fueled by intense hostility to competition from women's labor power, whether mobilized by the convents or directly in the workshops. The printers' strike of 1862 was, in this regard, a cause célèbre. The introduction of women at a third less pay to break the strike was exactly what the male workers feared. The short-run solution was to raise men's wages to cover family needs and to legislate women out of the workshops. The printers petitioned the emperor to do just that. And in so doing they were not loath to use the sorts of arguments advanced by Michelet. They pointed to the hysteria generated by exposure to the workshop and argued, probably correctly, that the nature of the work and the toxic substances to which women were exposed induced a high rate of stillbirths and spontaneous abortions among the women employed there. So strongly were such views held that the French delegation to the Geneva meetings of the International in 1866 forced passage of a resolution banning women from the workshops and confining them to the home. Socialist feminists like Paul Mink militate against such attitudes within the Parisian branch of the International. We want to be treated neither as Madonnas nor as slaves, she argued at a public meeting in 1868, but as ordinary human beings, different but equal, with the right to work at equal pay and to associate for our own economic emancipation. She had male allies like Varlin, who rebutted Fribourg before the Workers' Commission. Women's right to work was the only means to their true liberation, and those who refused it simply wanted to keep them under the domination of men. Varlin, at least, was as good as his word, and wrote the right of women to work at equal pay into the constitution of the Bookbinders' Union. 50. The shoemakers, however, thought it sufficiently progressive to permit women into their union only if they asked no. Paris, capital of modernity 284. Questions except in writing or through a male member. Representations and rhetoric flew past each other at the Workers' Commission meetings without touching. The real tragedy of that was already etched into women's daily lives. The grisly aftermath of the Commune illustrates the violence and horror unleashed when class and gender antagonism reinforce each other. Many of the women dragged before the military tribunals had simply acted as ambulance or canteen helpers, and were totally mystified by the rhetoric and charges of heinous crimes directed against them. They had lived by the nobility of one vision only to be judged by the hysterical rhetoric of another. When private representations enter into public rhetoric, they become means and motivations for both individual and collective action. It is always easier, of course, to reconstruct what people said, much harder to guess how they thought. An individual variation in this sphere is often so great that any general statement must appear misleading. Yet within the numerous conflicting eddies of ideas, broad themes stand out to suggest motivations. The final testing ground must lie, however, in action. For there is much that can be thought that never acquires the status of material force, since it stays forever locked in the realm of dreams. The themes we have here examined were not of that sort. The experience of the Commune saw all of them enter into social life, often with a vengeance. And there is enough evidence of the ordering of daily life in Second Empire Paris to make it at least reasonable to infer that the manner of the rhetoric and representation, as well as of the science and the sentiment, were more than just idle moments for the few. What ought, however, to be added is another category, that of silences, the silences of that multitude whose ideas we cannot trace and the strategic silences of those we can. Chapter 17. The Geopolitics or Urban Transformation. Mankind, inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present or at least in the course of formation. Marx. When the imperial mantle finally falls on the shoulders of Louis Bonaparte, Marx predicted in 1852, the bronze statue of Napoleon will crash from the top of the Vendôme column. On May 16, 1871, the hated symbol collapsed before a communard crowd, temporarily diverted from the threatening gunfire of the forces of reaction encircling Paris. Between the prediction and the event lay 18 years of ferocious farce. The ferocity had dual, sometimes complementary, but in the end conflictual, origins. The empire, to protect both itself and the civil society over which it reigned, resorted to an arbitrariness of state power that touched everyone, from the street entertainers hounded off the boulevards to the bankers excluded from the lucrative city loan business. But the accelerating power of the circulation and accumulation of capital was also at work, transforming labor processes, spatial integrations, credit relations, living conditions, and class relations with the same ferocity that it assumed in the creative destruction of the Parisian-built environment. In the aftermath of 1848, the arbitrariness of state power appeared to be a crucial prop to private property and capital. But the farther the empire degenerated into open farce, the more evident it became that modernity could not be produced out of imperial tradition, that there was and could be no stable class basis of imperial power, and that the supposed omnipotence of government sat ill with the omniscience of market rationality. The schism between the Saint-Simonians and the liberal political economists therefore symbolized a deep antagonism between political and economic processes. The Geopolitics or Urban Transformation 287. Figure 99. Daumier's view of the history of the Second Empire has the traditional feminine figure of liberty bound hand and foot and placed between the cannons of the coup d'état of 1851 and those of the emperor's defeat at Sedan in 1870. Napoleon III's strategy for maintaining power was simple: satisfy the interests of the most numerous classes and attach to oneself the upper classes. Too unfortunately, the explosive force of capital accumulation tended to undermine such a strategy. The growing gap between the rich and the poor led to mounting antagonism between them. Every move the emperor made to attach to the one simply alienated the other. Besides, the workers remembered as fact that there had once been a republic that they had helped to produce and that had voiced their social concerns. The demand for liberty and equality in the market also tended to emphasize a republican political ideology within segments of the bourgeoisie. This was as much at odds with the authoritarianism of empire as it was antagonistic to plans for the social republic. The split between political and social conceptions of the republic so evident in 1848 continued to be of great significance. It could be and was used to great effect to divide and rule. But that gave no secure class basis to political power. The empire was, however, so caught up in the maelstrom of capitalistic progress that it could not satisfy the traditionalists and the conservatives who objected to the new materialism and the new class configurations that were in the course of formation. The consensus behind imperial authority was hard to sustain and threatened to evaporate entirely when problems of overaccumulation and devaluation once more arose. The contradictions of capitalist growth were therefore matched by unstable political lurchings from this or that side of the class spectrum or from this or that faction. When, in 1862, the emperor honored James Rothschild with a visit to his country house, and when, in the same year, he granted 200,000 francs to workers to send their elected delegates to London, something was plainly amiss. Such shifting, far from alleviating matters, only added anxiety about what was to replace the empire if and when it should fall. The monarchists, though extremely powerful, offered no real alternative. Divided among themselves, they gathered around them ultra-conservative Catholics, traditionalists, and almost every reactionary sentiment antagonistic to capitalistic progress. With a strong base in rural France, their influence in Paris tended to shrink during the Second Empire and in the end was confined mainly to the very traditional salons of the aristocratic left bank. While the empire had its supporters, particularly among the finance capitalists, state functionaries, and bourgeois property owners of Western Paris who were well satisfied with Haussmann's works, the centers of business, commerce, and professional services on the right bank became bastions of republicanism, usually tempered by pragmatic financial opportunism that gave the empire many opportunities to co-opt them. The Café de Madrid on the Boulevard Montmartre was the geopolitical meeting point of this kind of republicanism, with the more déclassé and sometimes bohemian sentiments of writers drawn to that area as a center of press and communications power. The republicanism of the left bank was of a rather different order. The product of students and academics, it was less pragmatic and more revolutionary and utopian, capable of spinning off in all kinds of directions into alliances with workers and artisans or into its own forms of revolutionary and conspiratorial politics. Working-class Paris, sprawled in a vast peripheral zone from northwest through the east to southwest, was solidly republican, but with strong social concerns and not a few resentments at the betrayal suffered at the hands of bourgeois republicanism in 1848. The struggle that unfolded in Paris during the 1860s and presaged the Commune was of epic proportions. It was a struggle to give political meaning to concepts of community and class, to identify the true bases of class alliances and antagonisms, to find political, economic, organizational, and physical spaces in which to mobilize and from which to press demands. It was, in all these senses, a geopolitical struggle for the transformation of the Parisian economy, as well as of the city's politics and culture. The parting of the ways between capital and empire was not registered by dramatic confrontation but by the slow erosion of the organic links between them. The counterattack of Parisian property owners against the conditions of expropriation, the resistance of the Bank of France to the cheap credit that the Saint-Simonians sought, the growing resentment of industrialists at Haussmann's harassment, and the increasing domination of small owners and shopkeepers by finance capital signaled growing disaffection of this or that fragment of the bourgeoisie. Though some, like the property owners, partially returned to the imperial fold, others were more and more alienated. Ironically, the more successfully the empire repressed the workers, the freer the bourgeois opposition felt to express itself. Yet the more that opposition grew, the greater the political space within which workers could operate. On the one hand, bourgeois republican rhetoric shielded them, while on the other, the growth of bourgeois opposition forced the empire to curry the workers' favor as part of its populist base. The reconstruction of the Republican Party was one of the most signal achievements of the Second Empire. and while it depended upon the coming together of many different currents of opinion in many parts of the country, what happened in Paris was crucial. Powerfully but incoherently implanted within the liberal professions and with strong potential support in business, industry, and commerce, bourgeois republicanism needed a much sharper definition than it had achieved in 1848. The rambunctious, explosive image of femininity on the barricades had to be corseted, tamed, and made thoroughly respectable. The déclassé republicanism of students, intellectuals, writers, and artists had somehow to be confronted and controlled. But the bourgeois republicans also needed working-class support if they were to succeed. How to gain that support without making any but the mildest concessions to social conceptions of the republic that typically threatened private property, money power, the circulation of capital, and even patriarchy and the family was the fledgling Republican Party's most pressing problem. On questions of political liberty, legality, freedom of expression, and representative government, it was possible to make common cause. Bourgeois Republicans therefore tried to keep such issues at the center of political debate. Questions of freedom of association, workers' rights, and representation were touchier. And debate over the social republic had to be buried within a reformist rhetoric on relatively safe questions like improved education. Bourgeois republicanism tended to become violent in its defense of patriarchy and vicious in its attitudes towards socialism. But the terms of alliance with the working class always had to be open to negotiation at the same time that the battle between social and political conceptions of the republic had to be fought out unto death, as it turned out, in the bloodbath of the Commune. The revival of working-class politics in the early 1860s initially rested upon the reassertion of traditional institutional rights. The mutual benefit societies, in spite of imperial regulation, had early become the legal front for all kinds of covered worker organization. Their direct subversion into trade union forms provoked innumerable prosecutions in the 1850s. But their indirect use for political purposes was quite uncontrollable. Herein lay, for example, the significance of funerals, since this was a key benefit and brought all members together to listen to a graveside discourse that often became a political speech. The empire became less willing to attack the mutual benefit societies because it increasingly needed them as a means to canvass and to mobilize working-class support. There is considerable evidence that associations and coalitions existed in practice without prosecution by the early 1860s. 3. The mutual benefit societies became centers of consciousness formation and means for organizing the collective expression of demands. The corporatist forms hidden within them became more explicit as craft workers sought to protect themselves against the ravages of technological and organizational change and the flood of unskilled immigration. This use of the mutual benefit frame had important effects. It helped bridge the separation between working and living, and preserved a unity of concern for production and consumption questions. In the context of Parisian industry, it also reinforced the search for alternatives down mutualist, cooperative paths. Both consciousness and political action were to draw much of their strength from that sense of unity. The wave of institution building and modernization, upon which later administrations were to draw, became most marked after 1862. The emperor, under increasing attack from upper-class royalists in alliance with conservative Catholics and threatened on the other flank by the revival of bourgeois republicanism, was forced to seek support from a working class that even his own prefects were telling him was in dire straits. But imperial initiatives to draw workers to the side of industrial progress and empire sparked little grassroots response save a lengthy explanation from Tolaine, which earned him an interview with the emperor and the right to form a workers' commission made up of presidents of mutual benefit societies, thus recognizing the latter's de facto corporatist and professional role. Ironically, the commission meetings began at the very moment of one of the first major strikes of Parisian craft workers, that of the printers in 1862. The printers' leaders were imprisoned for the crime of coalition, even though public sympathy was with them. When the emperor pardoned them, he in effect rendered the laws against coalition and association moot. He did so as the workers he had helped send to the fateful London Exposition were returning, telling tales of better working conditions and wages achieved in Britain through trade unions. But, Curiously, neither side was yet willing to recognize the realities of class struggle. The opening given to working-class politics in the early 1860s initially provoked a wave of mutualist sentiments. The mutual benefit societies flourished in numbers and membership, while schemes for mutual credit, consumer cooperatives, and cooperative housing burst out all over. The international statutes were approved by the government in 1864. At the same time, the empire engaged Émile Ollivier to rewrite the law on combinations. The law, designed to avoid organized class struggle, gave the working class the right to strike but not the right to organize or assemble. The bookbinders and bronze workers, followed by the stonecutters, promptly celebrated by striking for shorter hours without wage reductions. But the labor movement's main focus was on organizing rights and conditions of labor rather than on wage levels in the early 1860s. Proudhon was, at this point, at the height of his influence, inveighing against strikes and unions and pushing for mutualist worker democracy. The French delegates to the International's meetings of 1866 in Geneva, led by Tolaine, carried with them a veritable charter for Proudhonism and mutualism, thus testifying to the deep hold of such ideas over craft worker consciousness. The workers' movement had its setbacks, too. Attempts to create an independent workers' press were quickly quashed, in part through bourgeois Republican opposition. The attempt to define an independent political space likewise failed. In 1864 the craft workers, with some radical Republican support, issued the Manifesto of the 60, which focused on workers' rights as a political issue. The general effect was to raise the fearful specter of class struggle and provoke the unfounded but not unreasonable suspicion that the workers' movement was being used by the empire to frustrate bourgeois Republican aspirations. When Tolaine, a signer of the Manifesto and a founder of the Parisian branch of the International, ran as an independent workers' candidate in 1863 to emphasize the distinctiveness of the workers' cause, he was vilified in the Republican press and so squeezed by opposition from that quarter that he received fewer than 500 votes in a parliamentary election that saw the bourgeois Republicans sweep to power in much of Paris. The recession of 1867 to 1868 marked a radical realignment of class forces as well as a turning point in worker militancy and rhetoric. What became known as the Millionaires' Strike saw the massive accumulation of surplus capital in the coffers of the Bank of France, stagnation in public works and in the upper-class Parisian property market, and fiercer international competition and rising unemployment in the face of strongly rising prices. The downfall of the pariahs, a jittery stock market, and the growing likelihood of geopolitical conflict with Prussia undermined the sense of security that the authoritarianism of empire had earlier been able to impart. The spectacle of the 1867 Universal Exposition diverted attention at one level, though many noted the irony that it celebrated the commodity fetish and consumerism at a time of shrinking real incomes, and that it brought competitive commodities as well as the King of Prussia into the very heart of Paris at a time of heightened international competition and geopolitical tension. The workers' movement then became much more militant and switched to real wages rather than organizational rights as its main focus of concern. Within the International this was marked by the eclipse of the mutualists like Tolaine and Fribourg and their replacement by communists like Varlin and Malin, whose attitudes, given their youth, were less affected by memories of 1848 and more forged out of the actualities of class conflict through the 1860s. The persecution of the International at that point only helped the process of transition by removing the original leaders, giving it greater and greater credibility among Parisian workers, and forcing it into the underground, where it encountered militant Blanquists themselves turning to the organization of the working class as part of their revolutionary strategy. Yet even though Varlin, for one, moved rapidly to a more and more collectivist politics, striving to organize and feed trade unions into agents of mass working class action, he still clung to certain mutualist principles of organization as the basis for the transition to socialism. For the craft workers straddled the ambiguity between class organization and mutualism without, apparently, being too aware of the tension between them. The year 1867 saw important strikes by bronze workers, tailors, and construction workers oriented primarily toward higher wages. In that same year, generalized discontent over living standards spilled over into street demonstrations that touched the unorganized and unskilled workers. For the first time since 1848, the unorganized of Belleville descended into the space of inner-city craft workers to express their discontent. Barricades appeared sporadically, only to be swept away by the forces of order almost immediately. The bourgeoisie was not beguiled, either, by the important concessions made to it. The return to quasi-parliamentary government opened up a forum for complaint. And there was much to complain about. The free speech movement of the early 1860s had already turned the left bank into a hotbed of student and intellectual unrest. Industrialists complained about housemen, and workshop masters and shopkeepers complained fiercely about conditions of credit and the power of the grand monopolies that the state had done so much to support. The recession and Prussia's defeat of Austria at Sadowa shook the confidence of everyone in a government that had come to power on the promise of peace and prosperity, and that now looked like it could not deliver on either. Those bourgeois like Thiers who had long felt excluded from the grand feast of state wealth and power stood ready to mobilize the agitation and unrest to their own advantage. Even the monarchists could find causes, like that of decentralization, around which they sought to rally popular discontent. All of this was mere prelude to the awesome struggles of 1868 to 1871. But it was an important prelude because it posed the question of what class alliance could emerge that would be capable of replacing the empire. Could the monarchists wean away enough support from the bourgeois center to stymie the republican thrust? Could the bourgeois republicans control the working class movement to keep the political republic out of the clutches of the socialists? Could the radical freethinkers and déclassé republicans enter into alliance with a workers' movement that overcame its craft worker bias and reached out to encompass the unskilled and thus create a revolutionary and socialist republic? Could the empire divide and rule and manipulate each and every one of these factions through co-optation and its police and provocateur power? In practice, the empire was forced into more and more concessions. It relaxed press censorship and permitted public meetings on non-political topics. The right to form unions was conceded in 1869. But the state in no way relinquished its powers of provocation and repression. The International's leaders looked to collaborate with the Republican bourgeois opposition, and were promptly arrested as early as the end of 1867. The respectable Republicans ignored the call for a class alliance. The workers were equally critical of such a tactic, since they remembered only too well how the political republic had betrayed them in 1848. The second wave of the International's leaders sought an independent space within which they could build the strength of their own movement. Varlin led the Bookbinders' Mutual Benefit Society and transformed it into a vigorous and coherent union in 1869. He helped to found an extensive system of consumer cooperatives in 1867, bringing cheap food, politics, and consumption together in a more coherent way than the wine shop or the cabaret, which the mass of workers who lived in boarding houses otherwise patronized. He vigorously defended equal rights for women in the workplace and within workers' organizations. He headed the movement to federate the numerous Parisian unions in 1869 and played a leading role in the International's efforts to unify working-class action over national and international space. It was exactly such a broad geopolitical conception of the struggle that terrified the honest bourgeois. The problem for Varlin was to integrate the restless mass of unorganized and unskilled workers into a movement that had always had a craft worker base. The scaffolding he and others had erected by 1870 was by no means sufficient to that task. Recognizing that weakness, he sought tactical alliances with the radical and often revolutionary fringe of the bourgeoisie. There had always been such a fringe within La Bohème and within the student movement. The Blanquists had set about organizing such discontent around their own program. But the relaxation of press censorship revealed a much wider swath of disaffection. Rochefort, a newspaper proprietor, became the instant hero of the popular and disaffected classes with La Lanterne, a newspaper full of radical critique and revolutionary rhetoric. Recognizing the power of this movement, Varlin established a tactical alliance to try to ensure that social questions were properly integrated into any radical Republican program. The Radical Republicans, for their part, had to erase the memory of betrayal in 1848. They made the attempt in 1868 by recalling the death of a Republican representative, Bodin, on the barricades of 1851. They proposed a massive pilgrimage to his tomb on the Day of the Dead. The government tried to bar their way, and those who did get into the cemetery of Montmartre had a hard time finding the grave. Hence there arose the idea of a public subscription. The government's prosecution of those engaged in the affair only drew more attention to the crime of the coup d'état while allowing a young lawyer, Gambetta, to become another instant hero of the radical cause. The symbolic resurrection of Bodin, the creation of tradition, was, in a way, a stroke of genius. It focused on the illegitimacy of empire in such a way as to symbolize the bourgeois role in the heart of the space of worker struggle. It was by gestures of this sort that the radical bourgeoisie reached out to embrace the other Paris in symbolic unity. The non-political public meetings, which began on June 28, 1868, were extraordinary affairs. Heavily concentrated in the zones of disaffection, no amount of government surveillance could prevent them from turning into occasions for mass education and political consciousness raising. 5. The geopolitics was highly predictive of the Commune. Not only were the meetings unevenly spread across the Parisian space, but specialization of audience, topic, and place was quickly established. The political economists and bourgeois reformers who looked to the meetings as opportunities for mass education about their cause were outgunned and often shouted down in the meeting halls of the other Paris. An assortment of radicals, feminists, socialists, Blanquists, and other revolutionaries dominated what became regular political theater in many quarters of the city. The political economists and reformers were forced to withdraw to the relative safety of the left bank and right bank center, leaving the north and northeast of the city entirely to the radicals, socialists, and revolutionaries. It seemed that the other Paris was now the exclusive space for popular political agitation. That trend was reinforced by a sudden resurgence of popular street culture, revolutionary songs, and ballads suddenly bursting from a murky underground where they had lain dormant for almost 2 decades. This kind of agitation was as disturbing to the respectable bourgeois as it was to the supporters of empire. Could the empire rally the disaffected in the name of law and order? Only if it made major concessions. The year 1869 therefore began with official disavowal of Haussmann's slippery financing in the face of fiscally conservative bourgeois critics. The appearance of Jules Ferry's severe attack on the prefect in the Contes Fantastiques de Haussmann in 1868 charged him with all kinds of improprieties. The aftermath was curious. First, it forced Haussmann to reduce public works activities and depress the construction trade and Parisian industry even further, thus exacerbating social discontent. Second, none of those who attacked him denied the utility of his works, and many of them pleaded for completion of this or that part of his project in 1869 or, like Rothschild, were only too happy to lend the city money as it needed it. It increasingly appeared that Haussmann was a mere surrogate target for the emperor and that the exclusivity of his seeming patronage was what was at stake. The subsequent election campaign of May 1869 was surrounded with political agitation. A riot ensued when Olivier tried to take the theme of support for liberal empire into the center of Paris. The crowd at Châtelet moved noisily to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the traditional hearth of revolution, before dispersing. The next day a crowd of 20,000 moved around the craft worker quarters, and the day after that a crowd of 15,000 tried to move from the Sorbonne, where it had assembled, to the Bastille, but found its way blocked. During this phase, Haussmann's boulevards were turned into a battleground. Hitherto appropriated by bourgeois strollers and consumers, they were suddenly taken over by a surging mass of discontented workers, students, shopkeepers, and street people. On June 12 the crowd even penetrated as far as the Opera and set up the first real barricade. The bourgeois response was to try and reassert their rights to boulevard space by chasing off undesirables. Even the emperor saw the symbolic value of passing along the contested terrain between the Opera and the Porte Saint-Denis, though he was greeted with glacial silence as he passed. But the crowds upon the boulevards hid secrets. It was never clear, for example, whether the violent agitations and the white blouses were signs of secret police activity or not. Certainly, they had abundant opportunities to stir up threats to law and order and scare the respectable bourgeois back into the imperial fold. It was never clear, either, just how revolutionary in spirit the crowds were. Large crowds of 20,000 or more frequently dispersed when asked to do so by law-abiding Republicans. And the huge demonstration of over 100,000 people, which assembled after the emperor's nephew shot a radical journalist, Victor Noir, dispersed quietly at Rochefort's request rather than confront the forces of order that barred their way into central Paris. Yet the day before, Rochefort had more than hinted that the day of revolution was near. The Blanquists had also wanted to start the insurrection at that moment, but found little support. The times were very unsettled, but the leadership was uncertain. Could the ambiguity and dispersal of opposition sentiment be overcome and transformed into revolution? The elections of May and June 1869 indicated otherwise. Only in Belleville was a radical sympathizer elected, and Gambetta was a politician who could bridge moderate socialist and left bourgeois opinion with skill and authenticity. Elsewhere, the political Republicans swept the board. It even took a very conservative Thiers to narrowly overcome the Empire's candidate in the bourgeois West. The plebiscite a year later was harder to interpret, but the abstentions did not increase markedly, and although the no votes prevailed, the Empire still received a surprising number of affirmative votes. It would take, it seemed, a much more thorough organization and education of the popular classes to bring the social republic into being. And it was exactly on such a task that the socialists spent their efforts. The public meetings provided a basis for neighborhood organizations, while the themes broached there encouraged the formation of trade unions, consumer cooperatives, producers' cooperatives, feminist organizations, and the like. These formed the organizational infrastructure that would be used to such good effect in the Commune. And there is no question as to their revolutionary political orientation, though there was much room for disagreement, interpersonal feuds, and neighborhood conflicts. But this form of opposition had a different orientation than that on the streets. Strikes in commerce, tanning, and woodworking, and the building of links between unions and neighborhoods, proceeded with a different rhythm and had more definite targets at the same time that they were relatively more immune to police infiltration. Here was the grand dividing line between the socialists, who urged the patient building of a revolutionary movement, and the Blanquists, who looked to spontaneous, violent insurrection. But by 1870 it was plain that the mass of the bourgeoisie was looking for a legal way out of the impasse of empire, was shifting away from any coalition with the Reds. And it used its ownership and influence within the press to hammer home the message of law and order to workers and petite bourgeoisie alike. The discontent, however, daily became more threatening as living conditions deteriorated and the economy stagnated. Conflict in Belleville in February 1870 left several dead, many arrested, and considerable property damage. A major strike at the locomotive works at Cale signaled a level of anger as well as worker organization that had hitherto not been apparent. The ferment of discontent seemed uncontainable as the empire lost its nerve and the bourgeoisie held its ground. Though conditions were desperate, the International's leaders thought the political conditions were not yet ripe for social revolution. They were, as the Commune was to show only too well, right in that judgment. What is extraordinary is how far, wide, and deep they had ranged in the construction of a revolutionary organization capable of uniting many disparate elements within the dispersed space of Paris. The tragedy, in the end, was that a conjuncture of events forced them to put their efforts on the line so prematurely in defense of a losing cause. That conjuncture was less accidental, however, than might be supposed. For all the signs were there that the honest bourgeois led by Thiers not only were concerned to have done with empire and seize the fruits of political power but also were determined to have done with the Reds once and for all and to subject them to their own vile brand of final solution. Thus was the final act of ferocious farce left until that bloody week in May 1871 when some 30,000 communards died. Exactly what happened in the Commune is beyond our ken. But much of it was rooted in the processes and effects of the transformation of Paris in the Second Empire. The organization of municipal workshops for women, the encouragement given to producer and consumer cooperatives, the suspension of the night work in the bakeries, and the moratorium on rent payments, debt collections, and the sale of items from the municipal pawn shop at Montpellier reflected the sore points that had bothered working-class Paris for years. The assemblies of craft workers, the strengthening of unions, the vigor of the neighborhood clubs that grew out of the public meeting places of 1868 to 1870 and that were to play a crucial role in the defense of quarters, the setting up of the Union of Women, and the attempt to pull together working political organizations that bridged the tensions between centralization and decentralization, between hierarchy and democracy all testified to the vigorous pursuit of new organizational forms, generated from the nexus of the old. The creation of a Ministry of Labor and strong measures toward free and non-religious primary and professional education testified to the depth of social concern. But the Commune never challenged private property or money power in earnest. It requisitioned only abandoned workshops and dwellings, and prostrated itself before the legitimacy of the Bank of France. The majority sought principled and mutually acceptable accommodation rather than confrontation. But much of the opposition to the Commune was also given. The schism between the moderate Republican mayors of the arrondissements and the Commune grew as tensions rose. The bourgeoisie, which had deigned to remain to brave the rigors of the Prussian siege of 1870, quickly showed its teeth in mobilizing the Friends of Order demonstration of March 21 and 22, 1871, and thereafter turned western Paris into an easy point of penetration for the forces of reaction. The map of voting patterns for the Commune was predictable enough. The difference this time was that hegemonic power now lay with the worker-based movement. Thiers' decision to relocate the National Assembly from Bordeaux to Versailles after signing a humiliating surrender to the Prussians, and his withdrawal of all executive functions from Paris after his failure to disarm Paris on March 18, 1871, crystallized the forces of rural reaction in a way that the Commune's faint calls for urban and rural solidarity could not match. His mobilization of rural ignorance and fear, fed by vicious propaganda, into an army prepared to give no quarter, showed he meant to have a cathartic resolution, come what may. Once the possibility of a quick, preemptive strike against Versailles was lost, there was little the Commune could do except await its fate. The stress of that brought out divisions and fed interior discontents and rivalries within the uneasy class and factional alliance that produced the Commune. Splits between radical bourgeois, each armed with his own splendid theory of revolution, between practical patriots and peddlers of rhetoric and dreams, between workers bewildered by events and leaders of craft unions trying to render consistent and compelling interpretations, between loyalties to quarter, city, and nation, between centralizers and decentralizers, all gave the Commune an air of incoherence and a political practice riddled with internal conflict. But such divisions had been long in the making, their roots lay deep in tradition, and their evolution had been confused by the turn to capitalist modernity and the clash between the politics of empire and the economy of capital. Once more, as Marx had written in the 18th Brumaire, the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living, but this time it was the working class movement that internalized the nightmare. The Commune was a high price to pay to discredit pure Proudhonism and the pure Jacobinism drawn from the reconstructed spirit of 1789. The tragedy was that an alternative modernity, one that was central to what the Commune was striving for, was killed in the womb of a bourgeois society that never looked beyond the political to the social republic as a potential fulfillment of its aspirations. The Commune was a singular, unique, and dramatic event, perhaps the most extraordinary of its kind in capitalist urban history. It took war, the desperation of the Prussian siege, and the humiliation of defeat to light the spark. but the raw materials for the commune were put together by the slow rhythms of the capitalist transformation of the city's historical geography. I have tried in this work to lay bare the complex modes of transformation in the economy and in social organization, politics, and culture that altered the visage of Paris in ineluctable ways. At each point along the way, we find people like Thiers and Varlin, like Paul Mink and Jules Michelet, like Haussmann and Louis Lazare, like Louis Napoleon, Proudhon and Blanqui, like the Père and the Rothschilds, swirling within the crowd of street singers and poets, rag pickers and craft workers, bankers and prostitutes, domestics and idle rich, students and grisettes, tourists, shopkeepers and pawnbrokers, cabaret owners and property speculators, landlords, lawyers and professors. Somehow all were contained within the same urban space, occasionally confronting each other on the boulevards or the barricades, and all of them struggling in their own ways to shape and control the social conditions of their own historical and geographical existence. That they did not do so under historical and geographical conditions of their own choosing is self-evident. The Commune was produced out of a search to transform the power and social relations within a particular class configuration constituted within a particular space of a capitalist world that was itself in the full flood of dramatic transition. We have much to learn from the study of such struggles. And there is much to admire, much that inspires there, too. Paris, capital of modernity 302. Part 3. Coda. Part 3 303. Paris, capital of modernity 304. Chapter 18. The building of the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur. Strategically placed atop a hill known as the Butte Montmartre, the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur occupies a commanding position over Paris. Its 5 white marble domes and the campanile that rises beside them can be seen from every quarter of the city. Occasional glimpses of it can be caught from within the dense and cavernous network of streets that makes up Old Paris. It stands out, spectacular and grand, to the young mothers parading their children in the Jardins de Luxembourg, to the tourists who painfully plod to the top of Notre Dame or who painlessly float up the escalators of the Centre Beaubourg, to the commuters crossing the Seine by metro at Grenelle or pouring into the Gare du Nord, to the Algerian immigrants who on Sunday afternoons wander to the top of the rock in the Parc de Buttes-Chaumont. It can be seen clearly by the old men playing boule in the Place du Colonel Fabien, on the edge of the traditional working-class quarters of Belleville and La Villette, places that have an important role to play in our story. On cold winter days when the wind whips the fallen leaves among the aging tombstones of the Père Lachaise cemetery, the basilica can be seen from the steps of the tomb of Adolphe Thiers, first president of the Third Republic of France. Though now almost hidden by the modern office complex of La Défense, it can be seen from more than 20 kilometers away in the Pavilion Henry IV in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, where Adolphe Thiers died. But by a quirk of topography, it cannot be seen from the famous Mur de Fetters, in that same Père Lachaise cemetery, where, on May 27, 1871, some of the last few remaining soldiers of the Commune were rounded up after a fierce fight among the tombstones and summarily shot. You cannot see Sacré-Cœur from that ivy-covered wall now shaded by an aging chestnut. That place of pilgrimage for socialists, workers, and their leaders is hidden from a place of pilgrimage for the Catholic faithful by the brow of the hill on which stands the grim tomb of Adolphe Thiers. Few would argue that the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur is beautiful or elegant. But most would concede that it is striking and distinctive, that its distinctive and unique style achieves a kind of haughty grandeur that demands respect from the city spread out at its feet. On sunny days it glistens from afar, and even on the gloomiest of days its domes seem to capture the smallest particles of light and radiate them outward in a white marble glow. Floodlit by night, it appears suspended in space, sepulchral and ethereal. Thus does Sacré-Cœur project an image of saintly grandeur, of perpetual remembrance. But remembrance of what? The visitor drawn to the basilica in search of an answer to that question must first ascend the steep hillside of Montmartre. Those who pause to catch their breath will see spread out before them a marvelous vista of rooftops, chimneys, domes, towers, monuments, a vista of old Paris that has not changed much since that dull and foggy October morning in 1872 when the Archbishop of Paris climbed that steep slope. When he reached the top, the sun miraculously chased both fog and cloud away to reveal the splendid panorama of Paris spread out before him. The Archbishop marveled for a moment before crying aloud, it is here where the martyrs are, it is here that the Sacred Heart must reign so that it can beckon all to it." So who are the martyrs commemorated here in the grandeur of this basilica? The visitor who enters that hallowed place will most probably first be struck by the immense painting of Jesus that covers the dome of the apse. Portrayed with arms stretched wide, the figure of Christ bears an image of the Sacred Heart upon his breast. Beneath, two words stand out directly from the Latin motto Gallia Ponitens. And beneath this stern admonition that France repents, stands a large gold casket containing the image of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, burning with passion, suffused with blood, and surrounded with thorns. Illuminated day and night, it is here that pilgrims come to pray. Opposite a life-size statue of Saint Marguerite Marie Alacoque, at the entry to the basilica, words from a letter written by that saintly person date, 1689, place, Paria Limonial tell us more about the cult of the Sacred Heart. The Eternal Father, wishing reparation for the bitterness and anguish that the adorable heart of his divine Son had experienced among the humiliations and outrages of his passion, desires an edifice where the image of this divine heart can receive veneration and homage. Prayer to the Sacred Heart of Jesus, which, according to the Scriptures, had been exposed when a centurion thrust a lance through Jesus' side during his suffering upon the cross, was not unknown before the 17th century. But Marguerite Marie, beset by visions, transformed the worship of the Sacred Heart into a distinctive cult within the Catholic Church. Although her life was full of trials and suffering, her manner severe and rigorous, the predominant image of Christ that the cult projected was warm and loving, full of repentance and suffused with a gentle mysticism. Marguerite Marie and her disciples set about propagating the cult with great zeal. She wrote to Louis XIV, for example, claiming to bring a message from Christ in which the king was asked to repent, to save France by dedicating himself to the Sacred Heart, to place its image upon his standard, and to build a chapel to its glorification. It is from that letter of 1689 that the words now etched in stone within the basilica are taken. The cult diffused slowly. It was not exactly in tune with 18th-century French rationalism, which strongly influenced modes of belief among Catholics, and it stood in direct opposition to the hard, rigorous, and self-disciplined image of Jesus projected by the Jansenists. But by the end of the 18th century it had some important and potentially influential adherents. Louis XVI privately took devotion to the Sacred Heart for himself and his family. Imprisoned during the French Revolution, he vowed that within 3 months of his deliverance he would publicly dedicate himself to the Sacred Heart and thereby save France. And he vowed to build a chapel for the worship of the Sacred Heart. The manner of Louis XVI's deliverance did not permit him to fulfill that vow. Marie Antoinette did no better. The Queen delivered up her last prayers to the Sacred Heart before keeping her appointment with the guillotine. These incidents are of interest because they presage an association, important for our story, between the cult of the Sacred Heart and the reactionary monarchism of the Ancien regime. This put adherents to the cult in firm opposition to the principles of the French Revolution. Believers in the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, who were in any case prone to awesome anti-clerical sentiments and practices, were, in return, scarcely enamored of such a cult. Revolutionary France was no safe place to attempt to propagate it. Even the bones and other relics of Marguerite Marie, now displayed in Paria Limonial, had to be carefully hidden during those years. The restoration of the monarchy in 1815 changed all that. The Bourbon monarchs sought, under the watchful eye of the European powers, to restore whatever they could of the old social order. The theme of repentance for the excesses of the revolutionary era ran strong. Louis XVIII did not fulfill his dead brother's vow to the Sacred Heart, but he did build, with his own monies, the chapel of expiation on the spot where his brother and his family had been so unceremoniously interred. Galliponidans. A society for the propagation of the cult of the Sacred Heart was founded, however, and proceedings for the glorification of Marguerite Marie were transmitted to Rome in 1819. The link between conservative monarchism and the cult of the Sacred Heart was further consolidated, and the cult spread among conservative Catholics. But it was still viewed with some suspicion by the liberal, progressive wing of French Catholicism. But now another enemy was ravaging the land, disturbing the social order. France was undergoing the stress and tensions of capitalist industrialization. In fits and starts under the July monarchy, and then in a great surge in the early years of the Second Empire of Napoleon III, France saw a radical transformation in certain sectors of its economy, in its institutional structures, and in its social order. From the standpoint of conservative Catholics, this transformation threatened much that was sacred in French life, since it brought within its train a crass and heartless materialism, an ostentatious and morally decadent bourgeois culture, and a sharpening of class tensions. The cult of the Sacred Heart now assembled under its banner not only those devotees drawn by temperament or circumstance to the image of a gentle and forgiving Christ, not only those who dreamed of a restoration of the political order of yesteryear, but also all those who felt threatened by the materialist values of the new social order, in which money had become the Holy Grail. The papacy of finance capital threatened the authority of the Pope, and Mammon threatened to supplant God as the primary object of worship. To these general conditions, French Catholics could also add some more specific complaints in the 1860s. Napoleon III had finally come down on the side of Italian unification, committing himself politically and militarily to the liberation of the central Italian states from the temporal power of the Pope. The latter did not take kindly to such politics and under military pressure retired to the Vatican, refusing to come out until his temporal power was restored. From that vantage point, the Pope delivered searing condemnations of French policy and the moral decadence which, he felt, was sweeping over France. In this manner he hoped to rally French Catholics in the active pursuit of his cause. The moment was propitious. Marguerite Marie was beatified by Pius IX in 1864, and the cult of the Sacred Heart became a rallying cry for all forms of conservative opposition. The era of grand pilgrimages to Paris-Limonial, in the south of France, began. The pilgrims, many carried to their destination by the new railroads that the barons of grand finance had helped to build, came to express repentance for both public and private transgressions. They repented for the materialism and decadent opulence of France. They repented for the restrictions placed upon the temporal power of the Pope. They repented for the passing of the traditional values embodied in an old and venerable social order. Galliponidans. Just inside the main door of the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur in Paris, the visitor can read the following inscription. The year of our Lord 1875, the June 16th, in the reign of His Holiness Pope Pius IX, in accomplishment of a vow formulated during the War of 1870-71 by Alexander Legentil and Hubert Rohault de Fleury, ratified by His Grace Messenger Guibert, Archbishop of Paris, in execution of the vote of the National Assembly of the July 23, 1873, according to the design of the architect Abadi. The first stone of this basilica erected to the Sacred Heart of Jesus was solemnly put in place by His Eminence Cardinal Guibert. Let us flesh out that capsule history and find out what lies behind it. As Bismarck's battalions rolled to victory after victory over the French in the summer of 1870, an impending sense of doom swept over France. Many interpreted the defeats as righteous vengeance inflicted by divine will upon an errant and morally decadent France. It was in this spirit that Empress Eugénie was urged to walk with her family and court, all dressed in mourning, from the Palace of the Tuileries to Notre Dame, to publicly dedicate themselves to the Sacred Heart. Though the Empress received the suggestion favorably, it was, once more, too late. On September 2, Napoleon III was defeated and captured at Sedan. On September 4, the Republic was proclaimed on the steps of the Hôtel de Ville and a government of national defense was formed. On that day also Empress Eugenie took flight from Paris, having prudently, and at the emperor's urging, already packed her bags and sent her more valuable possessions on to England. The defeat at Sedan ended the empire but not the war. The Prussian armies rolled on, and by September 20 they had encircled Paris and put that city under a siege that was to last until January 28 of the following year. Like many other respectable bourgeois citizens, Alexander Legentil fled Paris at the approach of the Prussian armies and took refuge in the provinces. Languishing in Poitiers and agonizing over the fate of Paris, he vowed in early December that if God saved Paris and France and delivered the sovereign pontiff, he would contribute according to his means to the construction in Paris of a sanctuary dedicated to the Sacred Heart. He sought other adherents to this vow, and soon had the ardent support of Hubert Rohault de Fleury. The terms of Legentil's vow did not, however, guarantee it a very warm reception, for, as he soon discovered, the provinces were then possessed of hateful sentiments towards Paris. Such a state of affairs was not unusual, and we can usefully digress for a moment to consider its basis. Under the Ancien Regime, the French state apparatus had acquired a strongly centralized character that was consolidated under the French Revolution and Empire. This centralization thereafter became the basis of French political organization and gave Paris a peculiarly important role in relation to the rest of France. The administrative, economic, and cultural predominance of Paris was assured. But the events of 1789 also showed that Parisians had the power to make and break governments. They proved adept at using that power and were not loath, as a result, to regard themselves as privileged beings with a right and a duty to foist all that they deemed progressive upon a supposedly backward, conservative, and predominantly rural France. The Parisian bourgeoisie, of no matter what political persuasion, tended to despise the narrowness of provincial life and found the peasant disgusting and incomprehensible. From the other end of the telescope, Paris was generally seen as a center of power, domination, and opportunity. It was both envied and hated. To the antagonism generated by the excessive centralization of power and authority in Paris were added all of the vaguer small town and rural antagonisms toward any large city as a center of privilege, material success, moral decadence, vice, and social unrest. What was special in France was the way in which the tensions emanating from the urban-rural contradiction were so intensely focused upon the relation between Paris and the rest of France. Under the Second Empire these tensions sharpened considerably. Paris experienced a vast economic boom as the railways made it the hub of a process of national spatial integration. The city was brought into a new relationship with an emerging global economy. Its share of an expanding French export trade increased dramatically, and its population grew rapidly, largely through a massive immigration of rural laborers. Concentration of wealth and power proceeded apace as Paris became the center of financial, speculative, and commercial operations. The contrasts between Parisian wealth and dynamism and, with a few exceptions, provincial lethargy and backwardness became more and more marked. Furthermore, the contrasts between affluence and poverty within the city became ever more startling and were increasingly expressed in terms of a geographical segregation between the affluent bourgeois quarters of the west and the working-class quarters of the north, east, and south. Belleville became a foreign territory into which the bourgeois citizens of the west rarely dared to venture. The population of that place, which more than doubled between 1853 and 1870, was pictured in the bourgeois press in the most denigrating and fearful of terms. As economic growth slowed in the 1860s and as the authority of empire began to fail, Paris became a cauldron of social unrest, vulnerable to agitators of any stripe. And to top it all, Haussmann, as we have seen, had embellished Paris with spacious boulevards, parks and gardens, monumental architecture of all sorts. He had done this at immense cost and by the slipperiest of financial means, a feat that scarcely recommended itself to the frugal provincial mind. The image of public opulence that Haussmann projected was matched by the conspicuous consumption of the Paris, capital of modernity 310. Bourgeoisie, many of whom had grown rich speculating on the benefits of Haussmann's state-financed improvements. Small wonder, then, that provincial and rural Catholics were in no frame of mind to dig into their pockets to embellish Paris with yet another monument, no matter how pious its purpose. But there were even more specific objections that emerged in response to Legentil's proposal. The Parisians had with their customary presumptuousness proclaimed a republic when provincial and rural sentiment was heavily infused with monarchism. Furthermore, those who had remained behind to face the rigors of the siege were showing themselves remarkably intransigent and bellicose, declaring they would favor a fight to the bitter end, when provincial sentiment showed a strong disposition to end the conflict with Prussia. And then the rumors and hints of a new materialist politics among the working class in Paris, spiced with a variety of manifestations of revolutionary fervor, gave the impression that the city had, in the absence of its more respectable bourgeois citizenry, fallen prey to radical and even socialist philosophy. Since the only means of communication between a besieged Paris and the non-occupied territories was pigeon or balloon, abundant opportunities arose for misunderstanding, which the rural foes of republicanism and the urban foes of monarchism were not beyond exploiting. Legentil therefore found it politic to drop any specific mention of Paris in his vow. But toward the end of February 1871 the Pope endorsed it, and from then on, the movement gathered some strength. And so on March 19, a pamphlet appeared that set out the arguments for the vow at some length. For the spirit of the work had to be national, the authors urged, because the French people had to make national amends for what were national crimes. They confirmed their intention to build the monument in Paris. To the objection that the city should not be further embellished, they replied, were Paris reduced to cinders, we would still want to avow our national faults and to proclaim the justice of God on its ruins. The timing and phrasing of the pamphlet proved fortuitously prophetic. On March 18, Parisians had taken their first irrevocable steps toward establishing self-government under the Commune. The real or imagined sins of the communards were subsequently to shock and outrage bourgeois and, even more vociferously, provincial opinion. And since much of Paris was indeed reduced to cinders in the course of a civil war of incredible ferocity, the notion of building a basilica of expiation upon these ashes became more and more appealing. As Rohault de Fleury noted, with evident satisfaction, in the months to come, the image of Paris reduced to cinders struck home many times. 5. Let us rehearse a little of that history. The origins of the Paris Commune lie in a series of events that ran into each other in complex ways. Precisely because of its political importance within the country, Paris had long been denied any representative form of municipal government and had been directly administered by the national government. For much of the 19th century, a predominantly republican Paris was chafing under the rule of monarchists or authoritarian Bonapartists. The demand for a democratic form of municipal government, often referred to by all parties, as we have seen, as a commune, was long-standing and commanded widespread support within the city. The government of national defense set up on September 4, 1870, was neither radical nor revolutionary, but it was republican. 6. It also turned out to be timid and inept. It labored under certain difficulties, of course, but these were hardly sufficient to excuse its weak performance. It did not, for example, command the respect of the monarchists and lived in perpetual fear of the reactionaries of the right. When the Army of the East, under General Bazaine, capitulated to the Prussians at Metz on October 27, the general left the impression that he did so because, being monarchist, he could not bring himself to fight for a republican government. Some of his officers who resisted the capitulation saw Bazaine putting his political preferences above the honor of France. This was a matter that was to dog French politics for several years. Rossel, who was later to command the armed forces of the Commune for a while, was one of the officers shocked to the core by Bazaine's evident lack of patriotism. 7. But the tensions between the different factions of the ruling class were nothing compared to the real or imagined antagonisms between a traditional and remarkably obdurate bourgeoisie and a working class that was beginning to find its feet and assert itself. Rightly or wrongly, the bourgeoisie was greatly alarmed during the 1860s by the emergence of working class organization and political clubs, by the activities of the Paris branch of the International Working Men's Association, by the effervescence of thought within the working class and the re-emergence of anarchist and socialist philosophies. And the working class, although by no means as well organized or as unified as its opponents feared, was certainly displaying abundant signs of an emergent class consciousness. The government of national defense could not stem the tide of Prussian victories or break the siege of Paris without widespread working class support. And the leaders of the left were only too willing to give it in spite of their initial opposition to the Emperor's war. Blanqui promised the government energetic and absolute support, and even the International's leaders, having dutifully appealed to the German workers not to participate in a fratricidal struggle, plunged into organizing for the defense of Paris. Belleville, the center of working-class agitation, rallied spectacularly to the national cause, all in the name of the Republic. 8. The bourgeoisie sensed a trap. They saw themselves, wrote a contemporary commentator drawn from their ranks, caught between the Prussians and those whom they called the Reds. I do not know, he went on, which of these two evils terrified them most. They hated the foreigner, but they feared the Bellevillois much more. 9. No matter how much they wanted to defeat the foreigner, they could not bring themselves to do so with the battalions of the working class in the vanguard. For what was not to be the last time in French history, the bourgeoisie chose to capitulate to the Germans, leaving the left as the dominant force within a patriotic front. In 1871, fear of the enemy within was to prevail over national pride. The failure of the French to break the siege of Paris was first interpreted as the product of Prussian superiority and French military ineptitude. But as sortie after sortie promised victory, only to be turned into disaster, honest patriots began to wonder if the powers that be were not playing tricks that bordered on betrayal and treason. The government was increasingly viewed as a government of national defection, a phrase Marx was later to use with crushing effect in his passionate defense of the Commune. 10. The government was equally reluctant to respond to the Parisian demand for municipal democracy. Since many of the respectable bourgeois had fled, it looked as if elections would deliver municipal power into the hands of the left. Given the suspicions of the monarchists of the right, the government of national defense felt it could not afford to concede what had long been demanded. And so it procrastinated endlessly. As early as October 31st, these various threads came together to generate an insurrectionary movement in Paris. Shortly after Bazaines' ignominious surrender, word got out that the government was negotiating the terms of an armistice with the Prussians. The population of Paris took to the streets and, as the feared Bellevillois descended en masse, took several members of the government prisoner, agreeing to release them only on the verbal assurance that there would be municipal elections and no capitulation. This incident was guaranteed to raise the hackles of the right. It was the immediate cause of the hateful sentiments towards Paris that Legentil encountered in December. The government lived to fight another day. But, as events turned out, they were to fight much more effectively against the Bellevillois than they ever fought against the Prussians. So the siege of Paris dragged on. Worsening conditions in the city now added their uncertain effects to a socially unstable situation. 11. The government proved inept and insensitive to the needs of the population, and thereby added fuel to the smoldering fires of discontent. The people lived off cats or dogs, while the more privileged partook of pieces of Pollux, the young elephant from the zoo. The price of rats, the taste is a cross between pork and partridge, rose from 60 centimes to 4 francs apiece. The government failed to take the elementary precaution of rationing bread until January, when it was much too late. Supplies dwindled, and the adulteration of bread with bone meal became a chronic problem, which was made even less palatable by the fact that it was human bones from the catacombs which were being dredged up for the occasion. While the common people were thus consuming their ancestors without knowing it, the luxuries of café life were kept going, supplied by hoarding merchants at exorbitant prices. The rich who stayed behind continued to indulge their pleasures according to their custom, although they paid dearly for it. In callous disregard for the feelings of the less privileged, the government did nothing to curb profiteering or the continuation of conspicuous consumption by the rich. By the end of December, radical opposition to the government of national defense was growing. It led to the publication of the celebrated Affiche Rouge of January 7. Signed by the Central Committee of the 20 Parisian arrondissements, it accused the government of leading the country to the edge of an abyss by its indecision, inertia, and foot-dragging, suggested that the government knew not how to administer or to fight, and insisted that the perpetuation of such a regime could end only in capitulation to the Prussians. It proclaimed a program for a general requisition of resources, rationing, and mass attack. It closed with the celebrated appeal "Make way for the people. Make way for the Commune." 12 placarded all over Paris, the appeal had its effect. The military responded decisively and organized one last mass sortie, which was spectacular for its military ineptitude and the carnage left behind. Everyone understood, wrote Lissaguret, that they had been sent out to be sacrificed. 13 The evidence of treason and betrayal was by now overwhelming for those close to the action. It pushed many an honest patriot from the bourgeoisie, who put love of country above class interest, into an alliance with the dissident radicals and the working class. Parisians accepted the inevitable armistice at the end of January with sullen passivity. It provided for national elections to a constituent assembly that would negotiate and ratify a peace agreement. It specified that the French army would lay down its arms, but permitted the National Guard of Paris, which could not easily be disarmed, to remain a fighting force. Supplies came into a starving city under the watchful eyes of the Prussian troops. Most of the remaining bourgeoisie fled to their rural retreats, while the influx of impoverished, unpaid, and demoralized soldiers into the city added to the social and political stresses there. In the February elections, the city returned its quota of radical Republicans. But rural and provincial France voted solidly for peace. Since the left was antagonistic to capitulation, the Republicans from the Government of National Defense were seriously compromised by their management of the war, and the Bonapartists were discredited. The peace vote went to the monarchists. Republican Paris was appalled to find itself faced with a monarchist majority in the National Assembly. Thiers, by then 73 years old, was elected president in part because of his long experience in politics and in part because the monarchists did not want to be responsible for signing what was bound to be an ignoble peace agreement. Thiers signed a preliminary peace agreement on February 26. He ceded Alsace and Lorraine to Germany. Worse still, in Parisians' eyes, he agreed to the symbolic occupation of Paris by the Prussian troops on March 1, which could easily have become a bloodbath since many in Paris threatened an armed fight. Only the organizational power of the left and a shadowy new group called the Central Committee of the National Guard prevented a debacle. The Prussians paraded down the Champs-Élysées, watched in stony silence by the crowds, with all the major monuments shrouded in black crape. The humiliation was not easy to forgive, and Thiers was held partly to blame. Thiers also agreed to a huge war indemnity. He was enough of a patriot on this point to resist Bismarck's suggestion that Prussian bankers float the loan required. Thiers reserved that privilege for the French, and turned this year of troubles into one of the most profitable ones ever for the gentlemen of French high finance. 14 The latter informed Thiers that if he was to raise the money, he must first deal with those rascals in Paris. This he was uniquely equipped to do. As Minister of the Interior under Louis Philippe, he had, in 1834, been responsible for the savage repression of one of the first genuine working-class movements in French history. Ever contemptuous of the vile multitude, he had long had a plan for dealing with them, a plan he had proposed to Louis Philippe in 1848 and which he was now finally in a position to put into effect. He would use the conservatism of the country to smash the radicalism of the city. On the morning of March 18, the population of Paris awoke to find that the remains of the French army had been sent to Paris to relieve that city of its cannons, obviously a first step toward the disarmament of a populace which had, since September 4, joined the National Guard in massive numbers. The populace of working-class Paris set out spontaneously to reclaim the cannons as their own. On the hill of Montmartre, weary French soldiers stood guard over the powerful battery of cannons assembled there, facing an increasingly restive and angry crowd. General Lacombe ordered his troops to fire. He ordered once, twice, thrice. The soldiers had not the heart to do it, raised their rifle butts in the air, and fraternized joyfully with the crowd. An infuriated mob took General Lacombe prisoner. They stumbled across General Thomas, remembered and hated for his role in the savage killings of the June days of 1848. The two generals were taken to the garden of No. 6, Rue de Rosiers and, amid considerable confusion and angry argument, put up against a wall and shot. This incident is of crucial importance. The conservatives now had their martyrs. Thiers could brand the insubordinate population of Paris as murderers and assassins. The hilltop of Montmartre had been a place of martyrdom for Christian saints long before. Conservative Catholics could now add the names of Lacombe and Clement Thomas to that list. In the months and years to come, as the struggle to build the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur unfolded, frequent appeal was to be made to the need to commemorate these martyrs of yesterday who died in order to defend and save Christian society. 15. The phrase was actually used in the official legislation passed by the National Assembly in 1873 in support of the building of the Basilica. On that 16th day of June in 1875, when the foundation stone was laid, Rohault de Fleury rejoiced that the Basilica was to be built on a site which, after having been such a saintly place, had become, it would seem, the place chosen by Satan, and where was accomplished the first act of that horrible Saturnalia which caused so much ruination and which gave the Church two such glorious martyrs. Yes, he continued, it is here where Sacré-Cœur will be raised up that the Commune began, here where Generals Clement Thomas and Lacombe were assassinated. He rejoiced in the multitude of good Christians who now stood adoring a God who knows only too well how to confound the evil-minded, cast down their designs, and to place a cradle where they thought to dig a grave. He contrasted this multitude of the faithful with a hillside, lined with intoxicated demons, inhabited by a population apparently hostile to all religious ideas and animated, above all, by a hatred of the Church. 16. Gallipolitans. Thiers' response to the events of March 18 was to order a complete withdrawal of military and government personnel from Paris. From the safe distance of Versailles, he prepared methodically for the invasion and reduction of Paris. Bismarck proved not at all reluctant to allow the reconstitution of a French army sufficient to the task of putting down the radicals in Paris, and released prisoners and material for that purpose. But, just in case, he kept large numbers of Prussian troops stationed around the city. They were to be silent witnesses to the events that followed. Left to their own devices, and somewhat surprised by the turn of events, the Parisians, under the leadership of the Central Committee of the National Guard, not only took over all the abandoned administrative apparatus and set it running again with remarkable speed and efficiency, but they also arranged for elections on March 26. The Commune was declared a political fact on March 28. 17. It was a day of joyous celebration for the common people of Paris and a day of consternation for the bourgeoisie. But the politics of the Commune were hardly coherent. While a substantial number of workers took their places as elected representatives of the people for the first time in French history, the Commune was still dominated by radical elements from the bourgeoisie. Composed as it was of diverse political currents shading from middle of the road Republican through the Jacobins, the Proudhonists, the Socialists of the International, and the Blanquist revolutionaries, there was a good deal of factionalism and plenty of contentious argumentation as to what radical or socialist path to take. It was riddled with nostalgia for what might have been, yet in some respects pointed toward a more egalitarian modernist future in which principles of association and of socially organized administration and production could be actively explored. Much of this proved moot, however, since whatever pretensions to modernity the communards may have had were about to be overwhelmed by a tidal wave of reactionary conservatism. Thiers attacked in early April, and the Second Siege of Paris began. Rural and provincial France was being put to work to destroy working-class Paris. What followed was disastrous for the Commune. When the Versailles forces finally. Paris, capital of modernity 318. broke through the outer defense of Paris which Thiers had constructed in the 1840s. They swept quickly through the bourgeois sections of western Paris and cut slowly and ruthlessly down the grand boulevards that Haussmann had constructed into the working-class quarters of the city. Barricades were everywhere, but the military was prepared to deploy cannons to blast them apart and incendiary shells to destroy buildings that housed hostile forces. So began one of the most vicious bloodlettings in an often bloody French history. The Versailles forces gave no quarter. To the deaths in the street fighting, which were not, by most accounts, very extensive, were added an incredible number of arbitrary executions without judgment. Moylan was put to death for his socialist utopian views. A Republican deputy and critic of the Commune, Milliere, was put to death because an army captain happened not to like his newspaper articles. The Luxembourg Gardens, the barracks at Lobau, the celebrated and still venerated wall in the cemetery of Père Lachaise, echoed ceaselessly to the sound of gunfire as the executioners went to work. Between 20 and 30,000 communards died thus. Gallipolitans with vengeance. Out of this sad history there is one incident that commands our attention. On the morning of May 28, an exhausted Eugene Varlin bookbinder, union and food cooperative organizer under the Second Empire, member of the National Guard, intelligent, respected, and scrupulously honest, committed socialist, member of the Commune and brave soldier, was recognized and arrested. He was taken to that same house on Rue de Rosiers where Lecomte and Clement Thomas died. Varlin's fate was worse. Sentenced to die, he was paraded around the hillside of Montmartre, some say for 10 minutes and others for hours, abused, beaten, and humiliated by a fickle mob. He was finally propped up against a wall and shot. He was just 32 years old. They had to shoot twice to kill him. In between fusillades he cried, evidently unrepentant, "Vive la Commune!" His biographer called it the Calvary of Eugene Varlin. The left can have its martyrs, too. And it is on that spot that Sacré-Cœur is built. 18 The Bloody Week, as it was called, also involved an enormous destruction of property. The communards, to be sure, were not enamored of the privileges of private property and were not averse to destroying hated symbols. The ceremony on the May 16 to symbolize the end of authoritarian rule. The painter Courbet was later held responsible for this act, and condemned to pay for the reconstruction of the monument out of his own pocket. The communards also decreed, but never carried out, the destruction of the Chapel of Expiation, by which Louis XVIII had sought to impress upon Parisians their guilt in executing his brother. And when Thiers had shown his true colors, the communards took a certain delight in dismantling his Parisian residence, stone by stone, in a symbolic gesture that Goncourt felt had an excellent bad effect. But the wholesale burning of Paris was another matter entirely. To the buildings set afire in the course of the bombardment were added those deliberately fired for strategic reasons by the retreating communards. From this arose the myth of the incendiaries of the Commune who recklessly took revenge, it was said, by burning everything they could. The false myth of the hideous woman Petrolieuse was circulated by the Versailles press, and women under suspicion were arbitrarily shot on the spot. A bourgeois diarist, Audioud, complacently recorded how he denounced a well-dressed woman in the Rue Blanche as a Petrolieuse because she was carrying 2 bottles. When she pushed a lunging and rather drunken soldier away, the soldier shot her in the back. 19 No matter what the truth of the matter, the myth of the incendiaries was strong. Within a year, the Pope describing the communards as devils risen up from hell bringing the fires of the inferno to the streets of Paris. The ashes of the city became a symbol of the Commune's crimes against the Church and were to fertilize the soil from which the energy to build Sacré-Cœur was to spring. No wonder that Hubert Rohault de Fleury congratulated himself upon that felicitous choice of words were Paris to be reduced to cinders. That phrase could strike home with redoubled force, he noted, as the incendiaries of the Commune came to terrorize the world. 20 The aftermath of the Commune was anything but pleasant. Bodies littered the streets and the stench became unbearable. To take just one example, the 300 or so bodies unceremoniously dumped into the lake in Haussmann's beautiful new park at Buttes-Chaumont had to be dragged out after they surfaced, horribly bloated. Several days later, they were burned in a funeral pyre that lasted for days. Audiard delighted in the sight of all the bodies riddled with bullets, befouled and rotting, and took the stink of their corpses as an odor of peace, and if the all too sensitive nostril revolts, the soul rejoices. We, too, he went on, have become cruel and pitiless, and we should find it a pleasure to bathe and wash our hands in their blood. But the bloodletting began to turn the stomachs of many within the bourgeoisie until all but the most sadistic of them had to cry stop. The celebrated diarist Edmond de Goncourt tried to convince himself of the justice of it all when he wrote, "It is good that there was neither conciliation nor bargain." The solution was brutal. It was by pure force. The solution has held people back from cowardly compromises. The bloodletting was a bleeding white. Such a purge, by killing off the combative part of the population, defers the next revolution by a whole generation. The old society has 20 years of quiet ahead of it, if the powers that be dare all that they may dare at this time. 21 These sentiments were exactly those of Thiers. But when de Goncourt later passed through Belleville and saw the faces of ugly silence, he could not help but feel that here was a vanquished but unsubjugated district. Was there no other way to purge the threat of revolution? The experience of 1870 to 1871, taken together with the confrontation between Napoleon III and the decadent festive materialism of the Second Empire, plunged Catholics into a phase of widespread soul-searching. The majority of them accepted the notion that France had sinned, and this gave rise to manifestations of expiation and a movement of piety that was both mystical and spectacular. The intransigent and ultramontane Catholics unquestionably favored a return to law and order and a political solution founded on respect for authority. And it was the monarchists, generally themselves intransigent Catholics, who held out the promise for law and order. Liberal Catholics found all of this disturbing, but they were in no position to mobilize their forces, since even the Pope dismissed them as the veritable scourge of France. There was little to stop the consolidation of the bond between monarchism and intransigent Catholicism. And it was this powerful alliance that was to guarantee the building of Sacré-Cœur. The immediate problem for the progenitors of the vow was, however, to operationalize a pious wish. This required official action. Legentil and Rohault de Fleury sought the support of the newly appointed Archbishop of Paris. Monseigneur Guibert, a compatriot of Thiers from Tours, had required some persuading to take the position in Paris. The three previous archbishops had suffered violent deaths, the first during the insurrection of 1848, the second by the hand of an assassin in 1863, and the third during the Commune. The Communards had early decided to take hostages in response to the butchery promised by Versailles. The archbishop was held as a prime hostage for whom? Apparently having decided that a dead and martyred archbishop was more valuable to him than a live one exchanged for a dynamic and aggressive Blanqui. During the Bloody Week, certain segments among the Communards took whatever vengeance they could. On May 24, with the Versailles forces hacking their way into Paris in the bloodiest and most brutal fashion, executing anyone they suspected of having played an active role in the Commune, the archbishop was shot. In that final week, 74 hostages were shot, of whom 24 were priests. That awesome anti-clericalism was as alive under the Commune as it had been in 1789. But with the massive purge that left more than 20,000 Communards dead, nearly 40,000 imprisoned, and countless others in flight, Thiers could write reassuringly on June 14 to Monseigneur Guibert, "The Reds, totally vanquished, will not recommence their activities tomorrow. One does not engage twice in 50 years in such an immense fight as they have just lost." 22 Reassured, Monseigneur Guibert came to Paris. Figure 116 Remorse and revulsion for what happened in the Commune were initially confined to Republicans of a social democratic persuasion. Manet was deeply moved by the events, and drew several representations mourning the deaths on the barricades. Daumier, in one of his last drawings, commented sadly and poignantly on "when workers fight each other. Paris, capital of modernity 324. The new archbishop was much impressed with the movement to build a monument to the Sacred Heart. On January 18, 1872, he formally accepted responsibility for the undertaking. He wrote to Legentil and Rohault de Fleury thus: "You have considered from their true perspective the ills of our country. The conspiracy against God and Christ has prevailed in a multitude of hearts, and in punishment for an almost universal apostasy, society has been subjected to all the horrors of war with a victorious foreigner, and an even more horrible war amongst the children of the same country. Having become, by our prevarication, rebels against heaven, we have fallen during our troubles into the abyss of anarchy. The land of France presents the terrifying image of a place where no order prevails, while the future offers still more terrors to come. This temple, erected as a public act of contrition and reparation, will stand amongst us as a protest against other monuments and works of art erected for the glorification of vice and impiety." 23. By July 1872, the ultra-conservative Pope Pius IX, still awaiting his deliverance from captivity in the Vatican, formally endorsed the vow. An immense propaganda campaign unfolded, and the movement gathered momentum. By the end of the year, more than 1 million francs were promised, and all that remained was to translate the vow into its material, physical representation. The first step was to choose a site. Legentil wanted to use the foundations of the still-to-be-completed Opera House, which he considered a scandalous monument of extravagance, indecency and bad taste. 24. The initial restrained design of that building by Charles Rohault de Fleury had, in 1860, been dropped at the insistence of Count Walewski. The design that replaced it, by Garni, most definitely qualified in the eyes of Legentil as a monument to vice and impiety, and nothing could be more appropriate than to efface the memory of empire by constructing the basilica on that spot. This would have meant, of course, tearing down the facade that had been completed in 1867. It probably escaped Legentil's attention that the communards had, in the same spirit, toppled the Vendôme column. By late October 1872, however, the archbishop had taken matters into his own hands and selected the heights of Montmartre because it was only from there that the symbolic domination of Paris could be assured. Since the land on that site was in part public property, the consent or active support of the government was necessary if it was to be acquired. The government was considering the construction of a military fortress on that spot. The archbishop pointed out, however, that a military fortress could well be very unpopular, while a fortification of the sort he was proposing might be less offensive and more sure. Thiers and his ministers, apparently persuaded that ideological protection might be preferable to military, encouraged the archbishop to pursue the matter formally. This the latter did in a letter of March 5, 1873. He requested that the government pass a special law declaring the construction of the basilica a work of public utility. This would permit the laws of expropriation to be used to procure the site. Such a law ran counter to a long-standing sentiment in favor of the separation of church and state. Yet conservative Catholic sentiment for the project was very strong. Thiers procrastinated, but his indecision was shortly rendered moot. The monarchists had decided that their time had come. On May 24, 1873, they drove Thiers from power and replaced him with the arch-conservative royalist Marshal MacMahon, who just 2 years before, had led the armed forces of Versailles in the bloody repression of the Commune. France was plunged, once more, into political ferment. A monarchist restoration seemed imminent. The MacMahon government quickly reported out the law, which then became part of its program to establish the rule of moral order in which those of wealth and privilege who therefore had an active stake in the preservation of society would, under the leadership of the king and in alliance with the authority of the church, have both the right and the duty to protect France from the social perils to which it had recently been exposed, thereby preventing the country from falling into the abyss of anarchy. Large-scale demonstrations were mobilized by the church as part of a campaign to re-establish some sense of moral order. The largest of these demonstrations took place on June 29, 1873, at Paris-Limonial. 30,000 pilgrims, including 50 members of the National Assembly, journeyed there to dedicate themselves publicly to the Sacred Heart. 26. It was in this atmosphere that the committee formed to report on the law presented its findings on July 11 to the National Assembly. A quarter of the committee members were adherents to the vow. The committee found that the proposal to build a basilica of expiation was unquestionably a work of public utility. It was right and proper to build such a monument on the heights of Montmartre for all to see, because it was there that the blood of martyrs including those of yesterday had flowed. It was necessary to efface by this work of expiation, the crimes which have crowned our sorrows, and France, which has suffered so much, must call upon the protection and grace of Him who gives according to His will, defeat, or victory. 27. The debate that followed on July 22 and 23 in part revolved around technical legal questions and the implications of the legislation for state-church relations. The intransigent Catholics recklessly proposed to go much further. They wanted the Assembly to commit itself formally to a national undertaking that was not solely a protestation against taking up of arms by the Commune, but a sign of appeasement and concord. That amendment was rejected, but the law passed with a handsome majority of 244 votes. A lone dissenting voice in the debate came from a radical Republican deputy from Paris. When you think to establish on the commanding heights of Paris the fount of free thought and revolution a Catholic monument, what is in your thoughts? To make of it the triumph of the Church over revolution. Yes, that is what you want, to extinguish what you call the pestilence of revolution. What you want to revive is the Catholic faith, for you are at war with the spirit of modern times. Well, I who know the sentiments of the population of Paris, I who am tainted by the revolutionary pestilence like them, I tell you that the population will be more scandalized than edified by the ostentation of your faith. Far from edifying us, you push us towards free thought, towards revolution. When people see these manifestations of the partisans of monarchy, of the enemies of the revolution, they will say to themselves that Catholicism and monarchy are unified, and in rejecting one they will reject the other. 28. Armed with a law that yielded powers of expropriation, the committee formed to push the project through to fruition acquired the site atop Butte Montmartre. They collected the monies promised and set about soliciting more so that the building could be as grand as the thought that lay behind it. A competition for the design of the basilica was set and judged. The building had to be imposing, consistent with Christian tradition, yet quite distinct from the monuments to vice and impiety built in the course of the Second Empire. Out of the 78 designs submitted and exhibited to the public, that of the architect Abadie was selected. The choice was controversial. Accusations of too much insider influence quickly surfaced, and conservative Catholics were distressed at what they saw as the Orientalism of the design. Why could it not be more authentically French, they asked. But the grandeur of Abadie's domes, the purity of the white marble, and the unadorned simplicity of its detail impressed the committee. What, after all, could be more different from the flamboyance of that awful opera house? 29. By the spring of 1875, all was ready for putting the first stone in place. But radical and republican Paris, apparently, was not yet repentant enough. The Archbishop complained that the building of Sacré-Cœur was being treated as a provocative act, as an attempt to inter the principles of 1789. And while, he said, he would not pray to revive those principles if they happened to become dead and buried, this view of things was giving rise to a deplorable polemic in which the Archbishop found himself forced to participate. He issued a circular in which he expressed his astonishment at the hostility expressed toward the project on the part of the enemies of religion. He found it intolerable that people dared to put a political interpretation upon thoughts derived only out of faith and piety. Politics, he assured his readers, had been far from our inspirations. The work had been inspired, on the contrary, by a profound conviction that politics was powerless to deal with the ills of the country. The causes of these ills are moral and religious, and the remedies must be of the same order. Besides, he went on, the work could not be construed as political because the aim of politics is to divide, while our work has for its goal the union of all. Social pacification is the endpoint of the work we are seeking to realize. 30. The government, now clearly on the defensive, grew extremely nervous at the prospect of a grand opening ceremony that could be the occasion for an ugly confrontation. It counseled caution. The committee had to find a way to lay the first stone without being too provocative. The Pope came to their aid and declared a day of dedication to the Sacred Heart for all Catholics everywhere. Behind that shelter, a much scaled-down ceremony to lay the first stone passed without incident. The construction was now underway. Gallia Ponitens was taking shape in material, symbolic form. The 40 years between the laying of the foundation stone and the final consecration of the basilica in 1919 were often troubled ones. Technical difficulties arose in the course of putting such a large structure on a hilltop rendered unstable by years of mining for gypsum. The cost of the structure increased dramatically, and as enthusiasm for the cult of the Sacred Heart diminished somewhat, financial difficulties ensued. Abadi died in 1884, and his successors both added to and subtracted from his original design. And the political controversy continued. The committee in charge of the project had early decided upon a variety of stratagems to encourage the flow of contributions. Individuals and families could purchase a stone, and the visitor to Sacré-Cœur will see the names of many such inscribed upon the stones there. Different regions and organizations were encouraged to subscribe toward the construction of particular chapels. Members of the National Assembly, the army, the clergy, and the like all pooled their efforts in this way. Each particular chapel has its own significance. Among the chapels in the crypt, for example, is that of Jesus Inseinent, which recalls, as Rohault de Fleury put it, that one of the chief sins of France was the foolish invention of schooling without God. 31. Those who were on the losing side of the fierce battle to preserve the power of the Church over education after 1871 put their money here. And next to that chapel, at the far end of the crypt, close to the line where the Rue de Rosiers used to run, stands the chapel to Jesus Ouvrier. That Catholic workers sought to contribute to the building of their own chapel was a matter for great rejoicing. It showed, wrote Legentil, the desire of workers to protest against the fearsome impiety into which a large part of the working class is falling, as well as their determination to resist the impious and truly infernal association which, in nearly all of Europe, makes of it its slave and victim. The reference to the International Working Men's Association is unmistakable and understandable, since it was customary in bourgeois circles at that time to attribute the Commune, quite erroneously, to the nefarious influence of that infernal association. Yet, by a strange quirk of fate, which so often gives an ironic twist to history, the chapel to Jesus Ouvrier stands almost exactly at the spot where ran the course of the Calvary of Eugene Varlin. Thus it is that the basilica, erected on high in part to commemorate the blood of two recent martyrs of the right, unwittingly commemorates in its subterranean depths a martyr of the left. Legentil's interpretation of all this was in fact somewhat awry. In the closing stages of the Commune, a young Catholic named Albert de Mun watched in dismay as the communards were led away to slaughter. Shocked, he fell to wondering what legally constituted society had done for these people, and concluded that their ills had in large measure been visited upon them through the indifference of the affluent classes. In the spring of 1872, he went into the heart of hated Belleville and set up the first of his Cercle Ouvriers. 32. This signaled the beginnings of a new kind of Catholicism in France, one that sought through social action to attend to the material as well as the spiritual needs of the workers. It was through organizations such as this, a far cry from the intransigent, ultramontane Catholicism that ruled at the center of the movement for the Sacred Heart, that a small trickle of worker contributions began to flow toward the construction of a basilica on the hilltop of Montmartre. The political difficulties mounted, however. France, finally armed with a republican constitution, was now in the grip of a modernization process fostered by easier communications, mass education, and industrial development. The country moved to accept the moderate form of republicanism and became bitterly disillusioned with the backward-looking monarchism that had dominated the National Assembly elected in 1871. In Paris, the unsubjugated Bellevillois, and their neighbors in Montmartre and La Valette, began to reassert themselves rather more rapidly than Thiers had anticipated. As the demand for amnesty for the exiled communards became stronger in these quarters, so did the hatred of the Basilica rising in their midst. The agitation against the project mounted. On August 3, 1880, the matter came before the city council in the form of a proposal: a colossal statue of Liberty will be placed on the summit of Montmartre, in front of the Church of Sacré-Cœur, on land belonging to the city of Paris. The French Republicans at that time had adopted the United States as a model society, which functioned perfectly well without monarchism and other feudal trappings. As part of a campaign to drive home the point of this example, as well as to symbolize their own deep attachment to the principles of liberty, republicanism, and democracy, they were then raising funds to donate the Statue of Liberty that now stands in New York Harbor. Why not, said the authors of this proposition, efface the site of the hated Sacré-Cœur by a monument of similar order? 33 No matter what the claims to the contrary, they said, the basilica symbolized the intolerance and fanaticism of the right. It was an insult to civilization, antagonistic to the principles of modern times, an evocation of the past, and a stigma upon France as a whole. Parisians, seemingly bent on demonstrating their unrepentant attachment to the principles of 1789, were determined to efface what they felt was an expression of Catholic fanaticism by building exactly that kind of monument that the Archbishop had previously characterized as a glorification of vice and impiety. By October 7 the city council had changed its tactics. Calling the basilica an incessant provocation to civil war, the members decided by a vote of 61-3 to request the government to rescind the law of public utility of 1873 and to use the land, which would revert to public ownership, for the construction of a work of truly national significance. Neatly sidestepping the problem of how those who had contributed to the construction of the basilica, which had hardly yet risen above its foundations, were to be indemnified, it passed along its proposal to the government. By the summer of 1882, the request was taken up in the Chamber of Deputies. Archbishop Guibert had, once more, to take up the public defense of the work. He challenged what by now were familiar arguments against the basilica with familiar responses. He insisted that the work was not inspired by politics but by Christian and patriotic sentiments. To those who objected to the expiatory character of the work, he simply replied that no one can ever afford to regard their country as infallible. As to the appropriateness of the cult of the Sacred Heart, he felt only those within the Church had the right to judge. To those who portrayed the basilica as a provocation to civil war, he replied, "Are civil wars and riots ever the product of our Christian temples? Are those who frequent our churches ever prone to excitations and revolts against the law? Do we find such people in the midst of disorders and violence which, from time to time, trouble the streets of our cities?" He went on to point out that while Napoleon had sought to build a temple of peace at Montmartre, it is we who are building, at last, the true temple of peace. 34 He then considered the negative effects of stopping the construction. Such an action would profoundly wound Christian sentiment and prove divisive. It would surely be a bad precedent, he said, if religious undertakings of this sort were to be subject to the political whims of the government of the day. And then there was the complex problem of compensation, not only for the contributors but also for the work already done. Finally, he appealed to the fact that the work was giving employment to 600 families. To deprive that part of Paris of such a major source of employment would be inhuman indeed. The Parisian representatives in the Chamber of Deputies, which by 1882 was dominated by reformist Republicans such as Gambetta and Clemenceau. Paris, capital of modernity 330. Were not impressed by these arguments. The debate was heated and passionate. The government declared itself unalterably opposed to the law of 1873 but was equally opposed to rescinding the law, since this would entail paying out more than 12 million francs in indemnities to the church. In an effort to defuse the evident anger from the left, the minister went on to remark that by rescinding the law, the archbishop would be relieved of the obligation to complete what was proving to be a most arduous undertaking, and the church would be provided with millions of francs to pursue works of propaganda that might be infinitely more efficacious than that to which the sponsors of the present motion are objecting. The radical Republicans were not about to regard Sacré-Cœur in the shape of a white elephant, however. Nor were they inclined to pay compensation. They were determined to do away with what they felt was an odious manifestation of pious clericalism and to put in its place a monument to liberty of thought. They put the blame for the Civil War squarely on the shoulders of the monarchists and their intransigent Catholic allies. Clemenceau rose to state the radical case. He declared the law of 1873 an insult, an act of a National Assembly that had sought to impose the cult of the Sacred Heart on France, because we fought and still continue to fight for human rights, for having made the French Revolution. The law was the product of clerical reaction, an attempt to stigmatize revolutionary France, to condemn us, to ask pardon of the Church for our ceaseless struggle to prevail over it in order to establish the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. We must, he declared, respond to a political act by a political act. Not to do so would be to leave France under the intolerable invocation of the Sacred Heart. 35 With impassioned oratory such as this, Clemenceau fanned the flames of anti-clerical sentiment. The Chamber of Deputies voted to rescind the law of 1873 by 261 votes to 199. It appeared that the basilica, the walls of which had hardly risen above their foundations, was to come tumbling down. But it was saved by a technicality. The law was passed too late in the session to meet all the formal requirements for promulgation. The government, genuinely fearful of the costs and liabilities involved, quietly worked to prevent the reintroduction of the motion into a Chamber of Deputies that, in the next session, moved on to consider matters of much greater weight and moment. The Parisian Republicans had gained a symbolic but Pyrrhic parliamentary victory. A relieved archbishop pressed on with the work. Yet somehow the matter would not die. In February 1897, the motion was reintroduced. Anti-clerical republicanism had by then made great progress, as had the working class movement in the form of a vigorous and growing socialist party. But the construction atop the hill had likewise progressed. The interior of the basilica had been inaugurated and opened for worship in 1891, and the Great Dome was well on the way to completion. Although the basilica was still viewed as a provocation to civil war, the prospect for dismantling such a vast work was by now quite daunting. And this time it was none other than Albert de Mun who defended the basilica in the name of a Catholicism that had, by then, seen the virtue of separating its fate from that of a fading monarchist cause. The Church was beginning to learn a lesson, and the cult of the Sacred Heart began to acquire a new meaning in response to a changing social situation. By 1899, a more reform-minded pope dedicated the cult to the ideal of harmony among the races, social justice, and the building of the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur 331. Conciliation. 36 But the socialist deputies were not impressed by what they saw as maneuvers of co-optation. They pressed home their case to bring down the hated symbol, even though almost complete, and even though such an act would entail indemnifying 8 million subscribers to the tune of 30 million francs. But the majority in the Chamber of Deputies blanched at such a prospect. The motion was rejected by 322 to 196. This was to be the last time the building was threatened by official action. With the dome completed in 1899, attention switched to the building of the Campanile, which was finally finished in 1912. By the spring of 1914, all was ready and the official consecration set for October 17. But war with Germany intervened. Only at the end of that bloody conflict was the basilica finally consecrated. A victorious France, led by the fiery oratory of Clemenceau, joyfully celebrated the consecration of a monument conceived of in the course of a losing war with Germany a generation before. Gallipotenitans at last brought its rewards. Muted echoes of this tortured history can still be heard. In February 1971, for example, demonstrators pursued by police took refuge in the basilica. Firmly entrenched there, they called upon their radical comrades to join them in occupying a church built upon the bodies of communards in order to efface the memory of that red flag that had for too long floated over Paris. The myth of the incendiaries immediately broke loose from its ancient moorings, and an evidently panicked rector summoned the police to the basilica to prevent the conflagration. The Reds were chased from the church amid scenes of great brutality. In commemoration of those who lost their lives in the Commune, an action artist, Pignon Ernest, covered the steps below the basilica with shrouds bearing images of the Amugnard dead in the month of May. Thus was the centennial of the Paris Commune celebrated on that spot. And as a coda to that incident, a bomb exploded in the basilica in 1976, causing quite extensive damage to one of the domes. On that day, it was said, the visitor to the cemetery of Père Lachaise would have seen a single red rose on Auguste Blanqui's grave. Rohault de Fleury had desperately wanted to place a cradle where had thought to dig a grave. But the visitor who looks at the mausoleum-like structure that is Sacré-Cœur might well wonder what is interred there. The spirit of 1789? The sins of France? The alliance between intransigent Catholicism and reactionary monarchism? The blood of martyrs like Lecomte and Clement Thomas? Or that of Eugene Varlin and the 20,000 or so communards mercilessly slaughtered along with him? The building hides its secrets in sepulchral silence. Only the living, cognizant of this history, who understand the principles of those who struggled for and against the embellishment of that spot, can truly disinter the mysteries that lie entombed there, and thereby rescue that rich experience from the deathly silence of the tomb and transform it into the noisy beginnings of the cradle.